it, none of the trouble. Just the bright side, none of the dark. That's the Manhattan merry-go-round, which brings you now the sparkle and gaiety of New York nightlife. Stars Conrad Thibault, famous American singer, Lucy Monroe, Alan Holmes, Mary McManus, and Glenn Cross, with the boys and girls of Manhattan and Victor Arden's spectacular Broadway stage band. Because the Versailles is making such a hit with its new show, the one that makes the Paris of yesterday live again today, we go there tonight for a part of that all-star show. And here it is with the one and only Paris, and with Alan Holt and Mary McManus singing the song that means so much tonight, The White Cliffs of Dover. And Alan Holt sing The White Cliffs of Dover. something we simply can't miss in our whirl around New York tonight. We go to the Martinique to hear Glenn Cross go to town with the boys and girls of Manhattan on the Chattanooga Choo-Choo.
All aboard! What can we see? All aboard! Your ticket, please. Hurry, boy! Hurry, boy! Catch that train!
Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga Choo-Choo?
Yeah. It's tranquilly nice, even on time.
Or you can give me a shine.
Take you aboard the time.
Oh, I can afford to board the Chattanooga Choo-Choo.
Hey, boy, have you got the fare? Nothing is there.
I got a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 4:45. Read a magazine and then spin Baltimore.
Beer in the diner, off the cookie minor.
And to have your ham and eggs and Carolina. When you hit the whistle blowing eight to the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far.
Double all the rolling, John, keep it rolling.
Woo-woo, Chattanooga, there you are.
Hurry, Mr. Engineer.
Hurry, cause I'm feeling clear.
Cross the Mason Dixon line.
When you cross it, I'll be feeling fine.
Whistle blowing. Trouble with cold, keep troubling. Keep that wheel rolling. Keep that wheel rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling until it's Tennessee.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
If he is back in the lane.
I used to call her Funny Face.
What is the face?
Oh, she's gonna cry till I tell her that I'll never roll. So Chattanooga Choo-Choo, won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo, just about to woo-woo.
Chattanooga Choo-Choo, won't you choo-choo me home?
Down to 60 where my sugar's waiting.
I'm a-coming.
Down south and don't be hesitating.
I'm coming, I said I'm coming. Chattanooga Choo-Choo, won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo, Chattanooga choo-choo, Chattanooga choo-choo.
Glamour and romance at BB's Smart Monte Carlo. Yes, we've come to hear Conrad Thibault in a special stage production of the newest song written by Meredith Willson, composer of You and I and Two in Love. His latest work is called Sing Me a Song, and we give you Conrad Thibault singing.
Sing me a song with a melody simple and lovely. Old-fashioned and charming and haunting too. Sing me a song and be sure that the words are above me.
Broadway with the Manhattan Merry-Go-Round at the Hurricane, where the music says, "Come and dance." Detracting from your personality and charm with teeth that look dull and off-colored due to improper cleansing, try this way to clean and thus naturally brighten teeth. If you feel that your teeth are unattractive, lack sparkle, by all means try it. The way I'm talking about is the way dentists almost invariably clean teeth when you go to them. That is, with powder. Don't miss this, I repeat, with powder. You know what happens when your dentist cleans your teeth, how he reveals their natural brightness, how sparkling they are when you look in his mirror. Well, remember, the way he cleans them, polishes them to this wonderful luster, in all likelihood is with powder. And believe anything you like about this or that method of tooth cleaning, the fact will always remain. When your dentist cleans your teeth, he most likely uses powder. Keep that point in mind. And if you're not pleased with the appearance and luster of your teeth, get a can of Dr. Lyon's tooth powder for a few cents at any drugstore. And see to your own amazement what it does. Brush your teeth with it tonight. Be sure to get Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. Now picture yourself at one of the most beautiful night spots in all New York, the Rainbow Room atop Radio City, where the floor show is just opening, with the boys and girls of Manhattan on stage singing Manhattan, the Moon and Love. And after this, Alan Holt and Mary McManus will sing the thrilling Moonlight Masquerade. Here we are, and here's the show. McManus step into the spotlight to sing the new love song, Moonlight Masquerade. I fell in love to Havana, Madrid to hear the boys and girls of Manhattan repeat by special request the big success, one of the top songs of today, Mama Maria. From the fashionable Ambassador on Park Avenue, we now bring you Lucy Monroe and Conrad Thibault in a beautiful presentation of the current ballad, My Love. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Monroe and Conrad Thibault. boys and girls of Manhattan star in El Relicario.
One sunny summer day, I was out strolling on the calle. She started sweetly, I thought the sweetly. She was completely my heart away. Then as the beat with gallant sweet darling, he spread his coat with care, just his army.
Many a woman who wonders why other women surpass her in allure has only her smile to blame. Many a man of brains falls back in the race of life through lack of the magnetism that gleaming teeth and an attractive smile can bring. You can do wonders with your teeth if you'll only try. How? By cleaning your teeth the way practically every dentist you've ever gone to does, with powder. Try it. Ask for a can of Dr. Lyon's tooth powder at any drug or department store and use it tomorrow. Special dental powder developed for home use by a well-known practicing dentist. You'll be surprised at the attractive natural brightness and color your teeth reveal. At what beautiful teeth you really have. I repeat the name, Dr. Lyon's tooth powder. One of the most important prophylactic measures in the protection of health is to have your dentist inspect your teeth at regular intervals. A child's teeth should be inspected at least every 4 months. An adult's teeth should be inspected at least every 6 months. Manhattan Merry-Go-Round is conducted by Victor Arden and produced by Frank Hummer. It is on the air every Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Ford Bond speaking.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Department of Justice is moving rapidly to intern all Japanese nationals. The city of New York has already ordered all Japanese nationals to remain off the streets. Wartime decrees are slated for emergency passage this week. This will mobilize the efforts of the whole American people. The Japanese property in the United States will be seized at once. The Japanese naval effort tonight is unsound, both naval and land. The Chinese today inform Washington that General Chiang Kai-shek will launch a 4 million-man counteroffensive. All Chinese root armies are intact, and with proper material, Chiang Kai-shek is prepared to support the Russian front. Russia has over 800,000 crack troops poised in the maritime provinces on the Pacific. Official Washington tonight regards Tokyo as authored by Berlin. An all-out effort by the Axis in Africa and Russia is a certainty. The Axis objective is to leave Great Britain and the United States entirely isolated by next spring. The importance of the Japanese attack is that war between the United States and Hitler is imminent. The national emergency is no longer a phrase. Persons who arouse suspicion by their conduct, speech, or deed are inviting microscopic examination, perhaps prison. Nothing matters anymore now except national security. New York. The leading isolationist newspaper of the United States, the New York Daily News, tonight says editorially that we all should stick by the president in this momentous hour. Chicago. The Chicago Tribune, the leading isolationist paper in the Middle West, has come out for, quote, our country, right or wrong, end quote. Governor Lehman of New York has sent out an alert order to all state guards and the police. President Roosevelt's Special Mediation Board has just awarded Lewis's United Mine Workers a closed shop in the captive coal mine. If you missed any of the news, this is to repeat that the Dutch East Indies and Costa Rica have declared war on Japan. The acting Japanese Consul General in Chicago said tonight that it is questionable how long Japan could continue at war with the United States. My country, he said, is not wealthy. The following is the opinion of a naval authority. The Japanese airplanes that attacked the Hawaiian Islands was probably a suicide force which did not expect to return to base because the best fortified, best manned stronghold in the world is the Hawaiian Islands. Military and naval commanders there have been anticipating an attack like the one that occurred today. That's why the anti-aircraft guns went into action on the split second. There is little likelihood that another attack on these islands will be made successfully for some time to come. Do not look for the Japanese to engage our main battle fleet except as a last desperate resort. Behind the international scene, Mandalay. In the expected emergency, the Burma Road will be defended throughout its length by the RAF and whole squadrons of American volunteers. Alexandria. England's prestige is frankly at stake in the Libyan campaign. The British Navy continues effective Mediterranean blockade, but the heavier German tanks account for the unexpected ship resistance. Ankara. Turkey renewed her pledge to Great Britain this week. The major German reverse at Rostov has had a terrific diplomatic effect in the Middle East. Ankara hears that the German left flank was crushed by an army corps of Cossacks on horseback. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. Your country needs you tonight. Every race and every creed has found shelter here with no questions asked. For the years of peace and dignity and happiness which our country has given to each of us, we owe a debt. Your debt to your country has become due. By tomorrow night, your peacetime president will be your wartime commander-in-chief. He is constitutionally charged with the direction of the nation in time of war. Congress will give the United States government the right to command our country's maximum effort because Congress knows that this country commands the loyalty of every American heart. Washington. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox has ordered the entire naval establishment into uniform commencing tomorrow morning. A reporter's report to the nation. Pittsburgh. For a long time now, ladies and gentlemen, this newsboy has warned Americans over and over again of the danger in joining so-called patriotic organizations. Until that is, they are checked thoroughly. Here is proof of that danger. Last week, a Pittsburgh grand jury indicted James A. Colstock, the big shot of the Ku Klux Klan, and 4 of his associates. They were charged with illegal solicitation of funds and common law conspiracy. The jury declared that these 5 Ku Kluxes quote, freely employed deceit and subterfuge to conceal the true nature and significance of their operations, end quote. In short, they attempted to revive the Klan under this lily-white title, the Keystone Patriotic Society. Lawrence Mann. On November the 17th last, at an America First rally in Lawrence, Massachusetts, John T. Flynn, who is not an admirer of President Roosevelt, made this charge, that the President of the United States had secured the revision of the Neutrality Act by lobbying and bribery. Strangely enough, ladies and gentlemen, a few days before Mr. Flynn made that statement, most New York newspapers quoted the same accusation, almost word for word, from the front pages of newspapers in Berlin, Germany. New York. One of the most exciting new books is called Total Espionage by Kurt Reese, R-I-E-S-S. The publisher is Putnam. Read it and put your eyebrows on stilts. It reveals, among many other things, that the head of the Nazi spy system in America was Walter H. Schellenberg. Schellenberg escaped last July when agents were about to close in on him, a little late, it seems. However, this is what I started out to floor you with. Before the spy escaped, he attended a so-called patriotic rally at Madison Square Garden on March the 22nd, 1941, at which Charles Lindbergh and various United States senators made speeches. This Nazi spy sat up there with them, not in the audience, on the platform, waving a tiny American flag. And now Mr. Martin Wales for Jergens. I'll be back in a flash with a flash.
Just to give Walter Winchell a chance to look over late news bulletins, here's a word on behalf of Jergens Lotion. If you use Jergens consistently, it's almost like enjoying professional hand care. Just think, 2 of the ingredients in Jergens Lotion are ingredients many doctors use to help harsh skin become invitingly smooth and soft. Yet Jergens costs just 50 cents and $1 a bottle, introductory sizes 25 cents and 10 cents. And the $1 bottle comes in a gift wrapping for Christmas. It's a sign of good breeding to have soft, smooth hands. And it's so easy if you always use Jergens Lotion. And now back to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Hong Kong. The Japanese battle fleet is rumored sailing south from the Sea of Japan to the China Sea. The Hong Kong garrison will not be evacuated. It will fight to the last man. Japan, in short, wants the United States to know that she is ready to decide the fate of the Far East by one roll of the dice. A great naval battle in the China Sea, south of Formosa, and directly west of the Philippines, can happen any hour. The heaviest units of the British Navy are at Singapore and will accept battle. Washington. The ominous rumor persists that 2 sister ships of the late Bismarck are in the China Sea tonight, flying the Japanese flag. Phoenix, Arizona. Arrangements are being made in the Southwest to handle the evacuation of civilians from Pacific Coast cities if that is necessary. Washington. The Treasury Department has issued a blanket order forbidding all Japanese nationals from leaving the United States. San Francisco. The Army has banned all commercial telephone service with Alaska. New York. The New York police have been requested to tell every blue jacket and naval officer they meet on the street to immediately report to their ships and stations. Washington. Reports here state that the Japanese are producing 1,000 fighting planes a month. The Japs are also said to have more than 100 German Messerschmitts for protection in case of air raid. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes ago, the Navy Department from Washington informed me that they are appealing to all men between the ages of 17 and 50 for enlistment in all branches of the service. I repeat, all branches of the service. Your services, Mr. America, are needed right now. Please apply to your nearest recruiting station for all particulars. Somewhere in Libya, a soldier fighting with the British in Libya, named Patrick Hamilton, doesn't know of his good fortune. He is the author of a new show on Broadway called Angel Street, which is New York's latest big hit. It is a study of psychopathic cruelty in which her husband tries to make his wife believe she has lost her mind. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Jergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who reminds the historian that Japan has violated her oldest tradition. Harry is honorable suicide. Good night.
Yes, you can have a 25-cent bottle of Jergens lotion free. Just buy a 75-cent size jar of the already popular new Jergens face cream. Jergens face cream is a lovely many-purpose cream, you know, that helps you have satin-smooth skin. And with your face cream, you'll receive a regular 25-cent bottle of the famous Jergens lotion and an introductory box of Jergens exquisite new face powder, both free. Ask now before this offer is sold out. Buy your 75-cent size jar of Jergens face cream now and ask for your 2 free gifts. Tune in again next Sunday for another edition of the Jergens Journal featuring Walter Winchell. Brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands. Martin Wales speaking from the studios of WKAT, Miami Beach.
The Parker Family, starring Leon Janney. Presented by Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
The knockout. Tall, dark, handsome. Looks like... Well, Kitty. No, I'm not going. Oh, but the music started and your date's downstairs. I tell you, I won't go down with my face looking like this. I won't. Kitty, listen, sweetie pie. Take it easy. A Woodbury facial cocktail makes your complexion look like $1,000,000 in no time. Come on, let me show you.
Yes, the Woodbury Facial Cocktail for your skin is the first step to a romantic evening. To make your complexion glow and sparkle, try this quick skin cleansing with Woodbury Facial Soap. First, smooth the rich lather of Woodbury soap over your face. Pat it in briskly. Then rinse. In 2 minutes, soiled makeup and grime are washed clear of your skin. And famous Woodbury soap does it gently, without irritation. You know, Woodbury is no ordinary harsh beauty soap. It's a true skin soap, a real beautifier. So get Woodbury today and take a Woodbury Facial Cocktail like so many glamorous dads do. Woodbury is only 10 cents a case. And now here's Leon Janney as Richard Parker.
It's a known fact. You grow older every day, older and sometimes wiser. First you begin to realize you're older, and next you start to look at things in an older way. Adult, I mean. You even begin to think about people with a different kind of a slang. That was why I got so curdled the other night. My mother was talking to me about a date I was on.
Why, Richard, you're wearing a good blue suit. I thought you were just going to movies.
Oh, I am, Mother. But I'm taking Crystal. I could have worn my tuck.
To the movie?
Well, you can laugh, but this town needs higher social standards. I bet in New York they wear them. Well, Crystal says... Well, anyway, smart people don't go to the movies in New York. They go to nightclubs.
Oh.
Crystal says they have so many of them you can go from one to another all night and not get home till morning. And photographers take pictures of your date. If she's a glamour girl like Crystal.
Now, Richard, listen to you.
No, wait, Mom. Every time I start to talk about Crystal, you always choke me off. People in this town just don't understand a girl like her.
Well, don't tell me we're in for another session of crystal gazing.
Now, you keep out of this, Nancy. She had half as much glamour as Crystal.
You mean as much as she thinks she has?
Oh, is that so?
Helen,
What?
where's my woolen muffler?
Walter, you're not going out tonight with that cold. I thought you were in bed.
Yes, I was. But I got to wondering if Laura had mailed that Maxwell bid, so I called her up at home, and sure enough, she hadn't. I'll have to take it myself.
Clear to Lincolnsville?
Yes.
Dad, you said I could have the car.
But I can't help it, Richard. Now, this is business. That bid has to be in Maxwell's hands before midnight.
Midnight?
Yes.
Oh, how silly. Yes, Walter. You know very well he won't look at the bids before morning, and tomorrow's Saturday.
But that's not the point, Helen. The deadline for bids is midnight tonight.
But, Dad, I've got a date.
I don't want any more arguments. Now, Helen, if you get me that muffler...
No, Walter.
Huh?
You'll be down with pneumonia. Richard's going out anyway. You can take the bid to Mr. Maxwell. Where is it?
It's on my desk. Laura thought I'd be back.
Well, think nothing of it, Dad. Crystal and I'll go to a movie in Lincolnville. I bet even in New York they don't drive 30 miles to see a picture. Now, give me the keys to the office. And don't you worry. I'll lay the bid in Mr. Maxwell's lap.
Here, Dad. Drink this. Mother fixed it for you.
What is it?
Not lemonade.
Oh.
Oh, I wish you'd go up to bed.
I'm not going to bed until I hear from Richard. Jumping cats, this stuff's boiling.
Well, that's why it's so good for you. Sit down, staying downstairs, Walter. Let me put this blanket over you.
Oh, all right. Confound it, Helen. Why, I could have been to Lincolnsville and back and in bed by this time.
Not unless you've been flying, Dad.
No.
Now, look, why don't you two just lean back and relax?
What do you mean, you two? Your mother doesn't care about the bid?
Oh, yes, I see, dear. Now, this Richard hasn't taken that girl.
Why, Helen.
He hasn't been himself since the day he met her. Sitting around reading those New York magazines.
No, fiddlesticks. He's no different than he is with any new girl. Only this time it's what he calls glamour.
That's just it. He's made him think all the boys and girls he knows are childish. He's being a man of the world. Haven't you noticed how he goes around trying to act like Herbert Marshall? And I'll tell you something about his glamour gal.
Uh-huh.
The night when Richard had his party, Crystal's mother thought she was here. She was out somewhere with Noel Canfield.
How do you know that?
Because I heard Noel asking Richard not to tell Crystal's mother.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a fine how do you do. Helen, why didn't you put your foot down on him taking this girl out?
But you can't do that to the boy Richard's age.
What? His age? Why, he's not dry behind the ears yet.
Well, I thought we'd drop in at the second show, Crystal, and afterwards we could have a bite. That's the drugstore. Supper and Sarah, the engine sounds funny. I wonder if I'm running out of gas.
Oh, surely not.
We hadn't gone so far out of our way, I'd have had enough.
I thought you'd like going a longer ride.
My dear girl, of course I wanted to go by the river road if you did. Man likes a woman to be unpredictable. That's part of her glamour, I guess.
Am I glamorous, Richard?
Definitely. But definitely. What other girl would think of driving miles out of our way just to look at a certain place along the river?
Thought you might be mad at me for that, Richard. When I said I didn't want to stop, after all.
Heck no. I understood perfectly. All those cars parked along there.
The last time I was out there wasn't a car around.
If I can coast down this hill. If there's one thing that makes me sick, it's a crush party in a car.
Yes. Imagine. You know, you're the smoothest boy I've ever met.
In New York and everywhere?
Uh-huh.
Hot stuff. I better pull over the side so nobody will hit us. Yeah.
And Noel said you were crude.
Noel Canfield? Why the... Don't give him a second thought, my dear girl. He thinks he panics women.
Well, his mind isn't half as good as yours.
the folks could hear you say that. Oh, gosh, look. I hate to leave you here alone, Crystal, but I gotta hike down to the next gas station.
After going to all that trouble to run out of gas?
Well, nobody but a girl like you would take it as a joke. Most girls would be sorer than a black eye. Huh?
Somebody will come along pretty soon and get a ride. Shut the door and wait, silly.
Oh, I can't. I've got to get Dad's bid to Lincolnville. You turn up your coat collar and keep warm. I'll probably get a lift back.
Hello? This is Maxwell? Oh, this is Walter Parker. Oh, I'm fine. I got a little cold, that's all. Yes, sure. I'm sorry to call you at home at this hour, but I just wanted to check with you. I suppose my son's been there with that bid of mine. What? No, he wouldn't leave it at the plant. I asked him to give it to you personally. No, I'm not worried about him. He's very dependable. Yes, but just ask him to phone me when he leaves your house, will you? Yes, thanks very much. Goodbye. Confound that kid.
Now, you take this question of priority, Crystal. Hey, look. Am I boring you?
Not at all.
Well, I've had to go into priorities a lot. I'll probably have to take over a lot of the details from my father. The rulings from Washington, you know.
Yes, please.
Sure. Look, Crystal, can you move over a little and just crowd my arm? And if we should skid or anything...
Richie, I have something in my eye.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll pull up and turn on the dome light. The switch is over there by you. So, let's see.
Right here in the corner.
Well, open your eyes wide.
Oh.
Gosh, your eyelashes are long. Funny that it's dark, too, and your hair's blonde. Well, lean your head back. Don't see anything. I'd better get out the flashlight.
Oh, never mind. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does, too. You want to go around tomorrow with one eye all bloodshot? Hold still. Now, look over this way. God.
I don't want to lie down again, Helen. And there's no excuse for Richard. No excuse at all.
You might at least wait until he gets home and hear what he has to say.
Uh-huh.
It's only your cold that makes you so irritable.
I'm not irritable. Why do you always take his part? No wonder he lets me down on an important thing like delivering this bid while he sits parked in the car somewhere.
Walter.
Well, that's what you're thinking yourself, isn't it? You women mollycoddle boys until they have no sense of responsibility whatever.
No, that's not true.
Oh, yes, it is, Helen. And just so you can't trust kids out of your sight these days. But this is the end of it. From now on, I'll have something to say. I'm going to tell him in plain English.
Dad, look, why, Mom?
Why didn't you call me up?
Just didn't have any money.
No money.
I ran out of gas and had to stand every cent I had on me. Couldn't even go to the movies.
But you did get to Mr. Maxwell for the bid, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Oh, and Dad, Mr. Maxwell said a lot of swell things about you, how conscientious you were and what good work you always did. Gosh, we had a regular session about you. Well, Crystal sat out in the car. Where's Nancy?
She's on the bed long ago. Why?
Because, look, she was right about Crystal, but if I tell her so, she'll rib me as long as I live.
What do you mean, son?
Well, at first she was swell. I told her we couldn't go to the movies. She said movies bored her anyway, and she'd rather just ride around. Then on the way home, she got something in her eye. What do you think?
What?
Well, when I tried to get it out for her, I found out she had foamy eyelashes pasted right on. Well, she saw her. Here, she made me bring her right home.
Well,
Now, you wait, Mom. That's not all. Now, I wanted to go in and explain to her mother why I kept Crystal out so late. Boy, that was the payoff.
What was?
She wouldn't let me. She said what your folks didn't know about where you went and what you did wouldn't hurt them.
How do you like that?
Well, I must
Imagine you two sitting around thinking I'd be out doing anything I'd be ashamed to come home and tell you.
Well, Richard, I don't know just what to
Walter,
say.
there's no need to say anything.
No, there sure isn't. Oh, and unless you want to pay me back for that gas I bought.
Oh, why, sure, son.
And maybe Mom could whip us out some hot chocolate. Boy, was it ever cold driving tonight.
Well, girls, how's the Christmas shopping going? Say, I've got a grand idea for you. A Christmas gift that'll make your beau think lovingly of you every day for months. Get him the new 1941 Woodbury gift box for a gentleman. It's handsomely designed in cedar brown and beige. And every grooming aid a man could want is contained in this smart Woodbury gift box. I'll list them for you. There's a big tube of Woodbury shave cream, a man-sized bottle of aftershave lotion, also a tin of Woodbury aftershave powder in a neutral shade to blend with the skin, and finally, 2 big firm cakes of Woodbury soap. Now there's the kind of a gift a man really goes for, and it's value, too. You get all 5 grooming aids beautifully boxed for less than you could buy these 5 items separately. This Christmas, give the man in your life the Woodbury gift box for a gentleman at better dealers everywhere. Next Sunday night, right after Walter Winchell, you're invited to listen to another story in the life of the Parker family, starring Leon Jenney. The sponsors of this program also invite you to listen to The Adventures of the Thin Man, a half hour of mirth and mystery which comes to you every Wednesday evening. Consult your newspaper for time and station. This program has been brought to you by the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. Hugh James speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Attention, please. The Welch Grape Juice Company, sponsors of the Irene Rich Dear John program that follows, will interrupt this program to bring you any late news flashes. Presents lovely Irene Rich in Dear John. Ladies, how often do you say to yourself,
Oh, if only I could wear a dress as stunningly close-fitting as that.
wouldn't you like to hear the salesgirl say to you,
Madame, that dress is made for you. It fits your slender lines like a glove.
That's why it's so important, if you're a few pounds overweight, to do something about disposing of those extra pounds. Here's a proved reducing method that requires no strict diet list, no strenuous exercises, no drugs. The easy Welch way. And intelligent, cooperative people who faithfully follow Dr. Frederick Damrow's instructions lost an average of 7 pounds a month. Amazing results. Sworn to before a notary public. And listen how easy it is. Just mix 3/4 glass of Welch's grape juice with 1/4 glass water and drink before meals and at bedtime. Then this remarkable action follows. First, you have less desire to eat sweet, fattening foods, thus cutting down caloric intake. Second, the natural dextrose in Welch's is quickly consumed. This regime actually helps nature consume excess fat. No drugs, no strenuous exercises, yet you needn't suffer a hungry moment. So get after those excess pounds. Start the easy Welch way to reduce tomorrow. And now, book 6, letter 65 to Dear John.
Dear John, being kidnapped and held until I agree to marry Niles would be an amusing situation if it weren't for Michael. But here I am in the Novak hunting lodge, somewhere in the wilds of Scotland, with every communication with the outside world cut off. I went to bed furious last night upon arrival, Of course, Pamela being here helped a little. She promised to help me get away. But I know all the others are watching me, or not. So, this morning, I was awakened by someone knocking on my door.
Yes? Who is it? Me, Canada. Oh, just a minute.
Come in, dear.
The door was locked. I couldn't get in.
You bet it was locked. I don't know what to expect next up here.
Get back in bed. I'll close the window.
It is cold.
I like the fire in this place. Now, the room will be warm in no time.
Thank you, dear.
Here, let me wrap this shawl around your shoulder.
Oh, how pretty. Where did it come from?
Mr. Niles said you'd need it while the room was warming up.
If it weren't so darn cold in here, I wouldn't use it. Fine thing. She thinks she's going to get anywhere with this. Got more things coming.
He said you'd probably be very angry this morning.
Oh, he did it?
Yes. He said I disagree with everything you said.
Pamela, I think you're enjoying my predicament.
Oh, no, ma'am. But I do feel romantic.
Pamela, remember last night you promised you'd help me get away from this place? And that out of it.
Oh, no, ma'am, I never promised. But I just can't understand why you won't marry Mr. Niles. You like him, don't you?
Of course I like him. I like him very much. But I'm not going to marry him. You see, Pamela, there's someone else.
Oh. Does Mr. Niles know?
Of course he knows.
But is this other man as nice as Mr. Nova?
Yes, he's very, very nice. He's going to be very worried if I don't arrive in New York on the clipper that leaves Lisbon tomorrow. Oh, I just got to get word to him somehow.
Don't worry about Michael, darling.
No.
Married, we'll send the people.
Oh. I don't like people entering my room without first knocking.
I brought you breakfast, too.
You can take it back. I don't want any breakfast.
You will when the aroma of this coffee floats up to that pretty little nose of yours. I'll sit still while I put the tray across your lap. There. How's that?
Pamela, take this tray, please.
Don't you do it, Pamela.
All right, then it can stay where it is, but I won't eat.
Well, then suppose the three of us go for a horseback ride. That'll work up your appetite. Maybe put you in a better humor, too.
No, thank you.
Oh, the country's beautiful up here. I'd like to show you some of it while we can get around. You know, we'll be snowed in most of the winter.
Huh?
That isn't the humanity.
Oh, you can't keep me here all winter.
All winter isn't the half of it. Hartford isn't the place for a speed. Or until you say yes.
Do you think you can get away with this?
What do you think?
I think you're insane.
I am, darling, where you're concerned.
I think I'll go help Mrs. Whitman.
No, you stay here and help Mrs. Chandler dress. Maybe she'll be in a better mood when she comes down.
If you think I'm going to be good company, you're mistaken. I'm not even going to talk to you as long as you keep me here. Pamela, tell Mr. Novak I've had enough of his company this morning, and I wish he'd leave.
Listen, darling, I'm going down and have my breakfast. You better eat some of yours, too.
You may tell Mr. Novak, if you please, Pamela, that I'm not going to eat while I'm here either.
Pamela, tell Mrs. Chandler she should be ashamed of herself. It's very bad manners flaunting out the television, and worse manners for ignoring the house.
Pamela, you tell Mr. Novak that if he doesn't get out of this room, I'm going to throw this tray.
No. Not that I'm afraid to understand. I just don't think egg would match this stew.
He surely got out fast, didn't he?
It's a good thing he did. Pamela, can you ride a horse?
Yes, ma'am. Why?
Do you know how to put a saddle on?
Yes, ma'am. I used to have a pony.
Well, will you hurry and have your breakfast?
I've already had breakfast.
Good. Then you go down to the stable and saddle 2 horses while I dress. We're going to get out of here this morning.
But suppose somebody catches you.
No, I don't think there's anyone around the stables. They're probably having their breakfast. But if you do run into anyone, or even Mr. Niles, you tell him that we're just going for a little ride. Now, hurry. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes.
Pamela? Here I am, Miss Thames. I've got the horses saddled.
Oh, good.
Did anyone see you leave the house?
No, not a soul. They're all having breakfast, I guess. Are you dressed formally? We may have a long ride ahead of us.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, dear. You know, I haven't the remotest idea where we are.
It's fun, isn't it, running away from crowds like this?
Be fun if we make it. Come on, let me give you a hand.
Oh, I don't need help. You see, I just stepped in the stirrup and I'm on.
I just say you don't need help. Well, I won't have to worry you on this trip.
You don't have to.
Oh, I can see that.
We'd better start, don't you think?
Yes, indeed, I do think. Right now. Come on, boy. Come on.
Here now. Oh, what are you doing with them all?
Oh, good morning. Well, I've never seen you before.
You got nothing on me, lady. I ain't seen you before either.
Well, who are you?
Tell you what, dear, I do.
Oh.
I take care of the horses. And nobody takes them out unless I get the orders from Mr. Novak.
Oh. But Mr. Novak asked us to go riding this morning.
Honey, did? He just told me to exercise. Said nobody was riding today.
Well, we'll take them out for you.
Oh, no, you won't. Not until I see Mr. Novak about it. Orders is orders. And how's the citizen don't go against orders.
Algy, how would you like to lose 10 pounds?
10 pounds?
Yeah.
I'm a resign, and I ain't selling out. For 10 pounds.
Look, Algy. Here's 20 pounds. I'll give you this if you tell us where the nearest village is and how to get there. You can go there and get the horses tomorrow. How about it?
Well, I don't know. 20 pounds. Yeah, 20 pounds,
Yeah. Then just take it.
Hand it over.
Now, wait a minute. How far is it to the next village?
About 15 miles.
Which way?
Come over here and I'll tell you.
All right.
See that telephone wire?
Yeah?
It'll cut back to the farm here and through the woods.
Yeah.
Don't let that telephone wire get away from you. It'll lead you right where you ought to go.
Oh, thank you, Algy. Now, here's your 20 pounds. Come on, Palmer.
Oh, Pamela. This is the longest 15 miles I've ever seen. The sky's getting awfully black and angry looking.
Yeah, I've been noticing that. It'll be getting dark soon, too. It's after 5 o'clock now.
Oh, good gracious. Come on, Pamela. Come on, we've got to get there. Mrs. Chandler, I think we're lost. Well, I've been thinking that for the past hour. These woods are rather scary at night, aren't they? You poor child. You must be soaked to the skin. Oh, I don't mind. But I wish we knew where we were. Pamela, do you see what I see? Look, the places are trees. See that light? Oh, yes. Come on. It isn't a village, but it is shelter.
You must be chilled as a bone. I know I am.
Hello.
Niles.
You look a little wet, dear.
Oh, I don't think this is funny. What are you doing here anyway?
Waiting, darling. Waiting for you to get there. Elgie and I have warm blankets and hot meal that we kind of thought you'd need. Well,
Mr. Jones, please send over a bottle of grape juice. And be sure it's Welch's. W-E-L-C-H-S.
Why do millions of housewives order grape juice by the name Welch's? Why do they refuse cheap imitation? Here's the answer. Welch's pay premium prices for table quality grapes from selected vineyards. These grapes are double washed, then processed so quickly that the natural taste of the pure grapes is captured in bottling. Most important, to assure uniform deliciousness in every bottle, Welch's is first stored in cool, dark cellars to age and mellow. Then, by Welch's scientific blending method, the juice is interblended. No wonder Welch's is always so rich, full-bodied, yet economical, too. Never tastes thin or watery, even when ice or water is added. That's why Welch's is not only the finest, but the largest selling grape juice in the world.
Well done. Getting away from Niles is really going to be difficult. I'll never make the Clipper now. And I don't know what Michael is going to think. But I'll tell you one thing. I haven't run out of ideas yet. And so, until next time, dear John, always you.
The Welch Grape Juice Company invites you to join Miss Irene Rich and company next week at this same hour for another chapter of Dear John. Your announcer is Herb Allen. Mother, if your youngsters refuse bread, just spread a slice with the amazing new, sensationally different jelly-like jam, Welch's Grape Laid. For extra thrill, add peanut butter or cream cheese. Then, watch them eat. No wonder. Welch's Grape Laid is made from all the juice and fruity parts of pure grapes. No synthetics, no adulterants. Millions have switched to Welch's Grape Laid from old-fashioned jellies and jams. Costs less. Get Welch's Grape Laid tomorrow. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Program, the American album of familiar music, starring Frank Munn, Vivian Della Pieta, Gene Dickinson, Arden and Arden, Bertrand Hirsch, and Joseph Henson. Presented by the Druggists of America, who supply you with genuine Bayer aspirin. To open tonight's performance of the American album of familiar music, Frank Munn, Vivian Della Pieta, and the entire cast present a medley of songs that will always remain fresh, appealing, and beloved to us all.
interrupt this program to bring you a bulletin from the NBC newsroom, London. The Netherlands government in exile in London issued a statement today saying it considers a state of war to exist between the Netherlands and Japan. We return you to the American album of familiar music.
Like a year since I've seen you, dear. Yet I know it's been only a day. Frank Munsing, lonesome, that's all. It seems like a year since I've seen you, dear. Yet I know it's been only a day. But the hours seem long and the world goes wrong, for it's empty with you away. And I wake from each dream of your loveliness to sink once again into loneliness. And I'd give all the world just for one caress. I'm lonesome, I guess. That's all. I'd give all the world for just one caress. I see don't appeal to me, for it's your face I long for today. With its dear little smile that makes life worthwhile, for it drives all my cares away. And I dream of your lips and your eyes so blue, and wonder if your heart is dreaming too. And my own heart is crying the whole day through. I'm lonesome for you. That's Now we present Jean Dickinson, Nightingale of the Airwaves, and the lovely coloratura aria from the opera The Castle of Kenilworth.
Utile matine, tanto gradito,
starry dream. Which guardian angel have attended? Frank Munn and Vivian Della Pieta sing the enchanting lullaby from Jocelyn. The best is.
Concealed in this sweet tree, where we have been led by storm misfortune joined, while weary night has from all thy dream, which guardian angels have attended. And while the golden splendor of still my love until these
If you suffer with headaches, there is one thing to be said for genuine Bayer aspirin. You needn't accept anybody's word for its quick-acting properties, for your own eyes will give you the evidence. Simply drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and watch how it acts. You will see it start to dissolve or disintegrate before it reaches the bottom of the glass. And that's what it does in your stomach. It starts to dissolve almost instantly. Hence, is ready to start working almost instantly. That's one reason, a reason you can actually look at and see for the quick action of real Bayer aspirin, a quality that has made it recognized among the fastest methods for relief that science has yet discovered. Keep this in mind, won't you, the next time a headache threatens and you want fast relief? Get it by asking for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not by the name aspirin alone when you buy. Only 15 cents now for 12 tablets, 2 full dozen for a quarter in all drugstores in the United States. the ever delightful music of Victor Herbert. First, Vivian Delapieta sings Kiss Me Again from Mademoiselle Modine. And then Frank Munn brings you Our Sweet Mystery of Life.
Love
Vivian Della Chiesa and the entire cast close tonight's performance of the American album of familiar music with Stars in My Eyes.
To bring you a special bulletin from the NBC newsroom. Ottawa, Canada has declared war against Japan. We return you to the American album of familiar music.
Quick relief from the painful discomfort of a cold, take 2 Bayer aspirin tablets with a full glass of water the moment you first feel the cold coming on. Then follow the simple directions in the Bayer aspirin package. Then, as a precaution against the serious consequences any cold may lead to, see your doctor. Quite possibly, he will tell you to continue with the Bayer aspirin, to drink plenty of liquid, to avoid chill, and above all, to rest. Follow his advice. And remember, when you buy, always ask for Bayer aspirin by its full name. Never ask for aspirin alone. And identify it by the name Bayer stamped in the form of a cross on every tablet. If you like this program well enough to say thank you to someone for it, thank your druggist who sends it to you every Sunday night with his compliments. Thank him by patronizing him in every way you can. Your announcer, Andre Baruch.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, a new program of songs by Dinah with Paul Laval and his orchestra, brought to you each Sunday at this time by Bristol Myers, in appreciation of your friendliness toward Minute Rub, Modern Chest Rub, and Sal Hepatica, famous laxative. And here she is, radio singing sensation, chosen as the outstanding new star of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dinah Shore.
Thank you, Harry, and good evening, everyone. My first song tonight is the first hit written by Ralph Blaine and Hugh Martin. They put their best foot forward and the show best foot forward when they wrote, "What do you think I am? Just a baby. What do you think I am? Just a child. What do you think I go around with men for? Who do you think I've got a little yen for? Why do you think of me as a sister? Couldn't you just for once be a man? I'm getting older and starting to smolder. All my heart needs is a shot. What do you think I am? I'm in love. Something's on my mind, so here I go. My personality has changed. Nothing is as you happy when I was precious and why not admit that I'm grown up, get wise and older? My time has come. What do you think I am? Just a baby. Couldn't you just for once be a man? I'm getting older and starting to smolder. All my heart needs is a shot. What do you think I am? Well, you certainly be surprised. What do you think I am? I'm in love.
Well, Dinah, I think that was lovely. What is your next song?
Love me or leave me.
Well, that's sort of a romantic fielder's choice, isn't it?
Oh, well, now, Harry, I want you to pay strict attention to the second chorus because there'll be some very fancy goings on.
Oh.
Oh, hopefully come out even.
Well, it sounds very complicated to me, Dinah.
Well, on the contrary, when we recorded it, we made a simple blues song out of a tune that was usually done in straight rhythm.
Oh, well, live and learn. Dinah Shore sings the record release of the week. Love Me or Leave Me.
Love me or leave me and let me be lonely. You want to leave me, but I love you only. I'd rather be lonely than happy with somebody else. You might find the nighttime the right time for kissing, but nighttime is my time for just reminiscing, regretting instead of forgetting with somebody else. There'll be no one unless that someone is you. I intend to be independently blue. I want your love, but I don't want to borrow. To have for today and to give back tomorrow. For my love is your love. There's no love for nobody else. There'll be no one unless that someone is you. La, da, 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 da. I intend to be independently blue. I want your love, but I don't want tomorrow. To have for the day, give back tomorrow. Love me or leave me, let me
and gentlemen, according to the latest National Gallup poll, during the 1-week period ending November 15th, colds were reported in 1/3 of all the homes in America. And the number of those affected was 6 million more than in the month of October. And don't forget that colds will continue to be mighty common now for the next few months. So be prepared to get after aggravating cold symptoms promptly with Minute Rub. That's MINITRUB. For Minute Rub promptly helps relieve cold wretchedness in 3 important ways. First,
Minute Rub's analgesic or pain-relieving action soothes the discomfort and tightness caused by local congestion.
second,
Rubbing on Minute Rub stimulates circulation, helps relieve muscular pain, and brings a comforting sensation of peace to the affected area.
and third,
Minute Rub's active menthol vapors help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in your nasal passages.
and Minute Rub, you'll be glad to know, is greaseless. And it's stainless, too, so you don't have to worry about harming your clothes or linen. Ask your druggist for an inexpensive tube of this famous modern rub. You'll appreciate its feeling of brisk, heating warmth, for that means you've started to enjoy the 3-way relief of Minute Rub.
Harry, don't stand there like that. Call me a red cap.
Call a red cap. What for?
Aren't you and Paul ready to leave yet?
Where are we going?
Oh, we're going south, Harry, down Tennessee way.
Well, listen here.
Right, back where I started from, and oh, boy, it'll be good to climb aboard that Chattanooga choo-choo. Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? Track 29. Boy, give me a shine. I can afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo. I've got my fare, just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station at 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your hand in a Carolina. When you hear the whistle blowing 8 to the 5, then you will know that Tennessee is not very far. Double over calling, gotta keep it rolling. Woo-woo, Chattanooga, there you are. There's gonna be a certain party at the station. Oh, yes, satin and lace. I used to call funny things. I'm gonna try until I tell him that I'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-choo me home. Paul Lavelle and his little woodwinds are going to play one of his original compositions. Oh, Paul, have you got anything to say about the next selection?
Nothing much, Dinah. Just a number I wrote several months ago.
Well, now, there's modesty for you. Just a number I wrote several months ago. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you don't know, Paul Lavelle is a sort of musical triple threat. He composes music, arranges it, and then he conducts it. And if he's good, just listen to Paul Lavelle conduct Paul Lavelle's arrangement of Paul Lavelle's composition, Memoirs of a Dilemma.
Oh, thank you, Paul. And now, for her final number, Dinah sings How Deep is the Ocean, which brings to a close their 15 minutes of little...
Oh, Harry, what did you go and do that for?
Do what, Dinah?
Mentioned 15. It just reminded me there are only 15 more shopping days till Christmas, and I
You haven't got your shopping done. No, I know. Neither have I. So we should not only get going, but we should make every one of those days count. And if on any one of them, ladies and gentlemen, you wake up feeling headachy and miserable due to the need of a laxative, don't put off taking one because you're going to be busy, for then you risk feeling upset the rest of the day. Simply take sparkling sal hepatica. For this famous mineral salt laxative brings you quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And besides, sal hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So get a bottle of sal hepatica first thing tomorrow, and whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you rely on gentle, speedy sal hepatica. Well, Dinah, are you going to sing a song tonight for some branch of the service as you have on past programs?
Why, 2 weeks ago, I received a request from 5 boys stationed out on Tiny Wake Island, 4,000 miles out in the Pacific. I promised them I would sing their song for them tonight. In spite of all that has happened, I shall, and I hope they listen. Because if singing their songs and bring them a little bit of happiness and bring home a little closer, especially tonight, believe me, I'm mighty proud to say it. So for our fellows out on Wake Island, 7,000 miles away from us here in New York, here's their song, How Deep is the Ocean. How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie. How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How many times a day do I think?
Another war bulletin. Canada has declared war on Japan. Keep tuned to this station for further development.
How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? I ever lost you. How much would I try? How deep is the ocean? How high is the
Well, Dinah, I'm sorry, but it's time to go.
Folks, I sure hate to go because I love this thing. And if you like to listen, come to see us again next Sunday, won't you?
And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a cold, remember Minute Drop if you need a lot. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
In the event that there are any news bulletins concerning the national emergency during our session of the Goodwill hour tonight, our program will be interrupted so that you may hear them. All right, now, Mr. Frank, our first case, please.
It is the case of Mr. K.B.
All right, your problem, please.
Mr. Anthony, I lost my father about a year ago, and I was left with a widowed mother who was stricken with a malady up until the time of my father's death.
I see.
About 2 months, about a week later, after we come out of shock, I met a young I reside, and through some means we fell in love. I was courting her for a while, and then I found out she was engaged to a man in the armed forces of a foreign nation.
I see.
He corresponds with her quite frequently, and she too with him. Now, the courtship is going along with her, and I'd like to know how I can stop her from writing to him. Of course, I love this girl very much. I wouldn't give her up. I have a job now, Mr. Anthony, and I support my mother on this $24 a week.
Mm-hmm.
So, now by going with this girl, I'm giving up all hope. And my mother is very ill, and I'm going to sacrifice. So it's a question whether I stay with this girl under the provision.
To me, I see. So it's rather a question of whether or not the girl is with you, is she?
She is.
Does she want to stop corresponding with her former fiancé? And that you are, she doesn't. Then the question that you ask me, how can I stop her, is does she? Not well founded. She doesn't want to stop her.
No.
She's to be the judge of your opponent. You're not to force your will on anyone at all. In particular, a person that you claim to be in love with. Marrying with me, you have hopes of marrying this young woman. Is that true? Before you're married. Well, look, my friend, you better learn before your decision that decisions of that kind must come from a person perfected. In other words, upon force your desires or will upon anyone, unless they want to partake in that desire. The young woman. It seems to me that a young woman, if she's desirous of, should be committed with the gentleman that you speak of, should be asked to do so. As a matter of fact, I doubt whether you have any right to even love with her. Now, I can understand that you're in love with her, but understand that thoroughly, and I'm sympathetic. But the love woman, if it must be reciprocated by this young woman. Of course, if not, then there should be no conflict at all. From your story, I gather that it's between some understanding might in view of the fact both of you. But in view of the fact that you also tell me that she refuses to cease this correspondence because they do think very highly of his other then I fail to see how you can call it a romance.
Well, so happens that this is her first love, and she's engaged him again. But she feels that she may never see me again, and she's keeping company with me with the hope that I may better myself there the conditions at home.
Well, I don't
because of my father's death.
At all related that situation. I don't think related to the important problem. I don't think the young woman should be discouraged from writing to a man that she's engaged to. I think she should let you require big enough to understand that she has her moral support and she should corresponding with him. As far as you her to do anything, I don't think that you have the right to expect her to do anything like that. And besides that, my position as much admit that you're unable to provide for this young woman and at the same time provide. I think you ought to admit who was very ill, I understand. There's no reason, however, a young woman to do as she sees fit, and I'd like to. But don't, above all, go ahead.
I'd like the friendship to go further than that.
Well, I don't know that I wouldn't like to go further than that myself, but that's a decision that must be mutually agreed upon between both of you. And remember one thing. Don't try to force your will upon this girl at this time, or at any other time in the future. The decision arrived at must be mutually beneficial. Otherwise, the decision would not be any good. That is, insofar as discontinuing her correspondence with the other man. That's what I mean. Do you understand me? Yes. That's my advice to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mrs. A.N.
Go ahead, please.
My sister died, leaving a baby, and she asked me to take this child and raise it up as my own. And year of late, the child has begun to ask me, am I her mother? So my sister told me to never tell her that I wasn't her mother. So I want to know, should I tell the child now that I'm not her mother?
I see. You say that your sister turned over the custody of the child to you a short time before her death. How long ago was that?
5 years.
And you've had the child ever since?
Yes.
And one of the promises that your sister extracted from you at that time was that you are not to reveal to the child that you're her aunt. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. What about the father of this child?
The father has never seen the child. She's forsaken the mother before the child was born.
I see. Now, you've got this child, and the child is now about 5 years old.
Yes,
And she's beginning to question you, is
Yes,
she?
began to question.
Brought about by what? Would you know?
I think it must
Difference
be
in
the
name?
neighbors, I think, don't you know, must be talking to us.
And there's also a difference in name, I gather.
No, she goes under the same name.
I see. And some of the neighbors have suggested that this child is not yours, that you are not this child's mother, and she's questioned you, and now you ask me what to tell her.
Yes.
Is that right? Well, in the first place, I think the promise you made, I can understand the promise that you made at the time. I don't think it's a promise, however, that need be kept.
Yes.
If that's been disturbing you, you might forgive yourself if you reveal the truth to the child. The child should know the truth. And you might feel that your conscience might disturb you in the event that you disregard the promise you made to your departed sister. But I think you can be forgiven for that, because the promise must have been made in a very trying circumstances. I would tell the child the truth. Now, how that's done, of course, is another matter. That can be done very gently, kindly, and the child might be able to understand. I think the child is just a bit too young, however, to have the truth revealed to her. But I might suggest this. If you feel that you're not capable of telling her the truth very gently and understandingly, you might consult your spiritual advisor and have or your physician or a close member of the family that you have a good deal of confidence in. But the child should know the truth. That's the important thing. And as to the means of revealing the truth to her, that's something that must be decided according to the intelligence and the ability of the child to understand. That's my advice in that situation. But above all, reveal the truth.
At this time, we pause for an important message from Roland Winters. And my message is for that girl who's so lonely and unhappy. Miss, is this what you're thinking?
Mary's having a party, but I won't be asked. I never am. Oh, why can't I be like other girls?
Well, that's too bad. But look, will you give me just 1 minute of your time? Let me explain something. If you're so unattractively thin, so listless and on edge, so pale and washed out looking, that it's hard to make friends and have good times, very likely you're simply not getting enough vitamin B and iron from your daily food. Scientists tell us that's what's wrong with thousands of girls like yourself, and men, too. You see, without enough vitamin B, you may not get the most good out of your food, or you may lack appetite, not eat enough to maintain normal weight and strength. And without enough iron, you may be weak, pale, and tired. But listen, nowadays you can get these vital substances in pleasant little tablets, ironized yeast tablets. That's why they quickly help thousands to gain glorious new strength and breath. 5, 10, even more pounds of firm, attractive flesh. Just think how wonderful it would be for you to be more attractive, more popular. So if you're thin, tired, and run down from lack of vitamin B and iron, then don't wait. Say to your druggist right away.
A bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please.
And now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Mrs. R.P.
All right, madam. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, when I was 15, I met a man 11 years old. I married 2 years later. We had 2 children. When I was 20, I contracted a serious disease. I was sent to a sanatorium. My husband was afraid of this disease and didn't come to see me and hardly write to me. While I was there, I met a man 22 years older. His kindness made me fall in love with him, and he was me. His wife divorced him.
And the result was meeting you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, please.
And I got a divorce from my husband. We were married, and I know now that there was too much difference in our age. We're very unhappy. We have nothing in common. And I wonder, Mr. Anthony, if I should stay married to him or should I separate, try to find happiness.
I see. Let me ask you a few questions, please. Tell me, at the age of 15, you met someone 11 years older, then subsequently, 2 years later, you married, and as a result of this marriage, 2 children were born to you before you were 20, or at the time you were 20.
That's right.
And then you took seriously ill, and necessity had to be sent to a sanitarium. There you met another man, whose kindness and understanding caused you to fall in love with him. You subsequently divorced your husband. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
What happened to the 2 children?
They were their father.
I see. You were forced to give these children up, were you?
When I obtained my divorce.
I see. You were forced to give these children up. And you thought that sacrificing the love of your children would be all right in view of the fact that you thought that you might be compensated through the love of this second man. Is that
That's
true?
right.
And to your great misfortune, you were found that is not so? Have you seen these children at all during that period of 10 years?
Oh, yes. Very often.
Very often. And they're happy with their father, are they?
There happens a combination of
Mm-hmm.
myself.
Did the gentleman that you married, did he have any children?
No, he did not.
And yet he was willing to sacrifice his wife so that he might marry you, due to the fact that he felt that he was in love with you. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Were you finally cured of this illness?
Yes.
And your husband?
Yes,
You are, too. And now you ask me how you can possibly find happiness. In view of the fact that you've attempted to find happiness on 2 occasions and didn't succeed in either. Is that it? Well, perhaps there's a reason for it. And I think if we can discover the reason, we probably will know the solution. The reason that you haven't been able to find happiness is that you're always looking for something that's elusive, something that doesn't exist. Now, when you married your husband at the age of 17, you were not ready for marriage. You were not mature sufficiently to understand and know what marriage is. Therefore, you were seeking something to your immature mind that didn't exist, something quite elusive. Then you met a man years later, and you didn't tell me how much older he is.
22 years.
22 years older. At the time you were 20, you met a man 40. And then you thought that you found that elusive something, and you divorced your husband and gave up 2 children, God's greatest blessing, for the love of a man, or so you thought. Well, if you stop looking for elusive things, perhaps you will be happy. A woman like you can find happiness. And that happiness can be found in helping others. In other words, what I'm trying to tell you is that you're a bit too self-centered. That your happiness, that your well-being, your desires have always been placed far above those around you. And as a consequence, my dear, you've suffered. I don't want you to think that I'm unkind. I'm not. But if I must be unkind to point out to you your great failing, then I'm kindness itself in order to point out to you. Help others. You're willing to help others, no matter how small that help might be. That's the greatest thing that a woman like you can do. Because in helping others, you'll be helping yourself. I wouldn't try to have that in marriage if I were you. I don't think you'll find happiness there, because even if you do, you will then be building happiness upon the unhappiness of another individual. Again, that self-centered, little bit selfish situation. Do you understand? No, this man unquestionably loves you. You do love him in your own way. I don't think it's very wise. I don't think the marriage was a good marriage or a wise marriage to begin with. But he loves you in his own way. Of course, he's a bit too old for you. You want me to gather or want me to believe, and you feel that you might find a great contentment with younger people around you. Is that what?
Right, yes.
No, I don't think you ought to break this marriage. He's doing the best he can for you. He's supporting you to the very best of his ability, isn't he? And he shows you the greatest amount of devotion and love that he's capable of. Do you think so?
Yes.
By all means, stay married to him. Don't cause him any unhappiness, and don't keep spending the rest of your life looking for something so elusive you can't touch it, see it, or feel it. Go out and love and help others. Do for others what others have done for you, and in that way, you'll find happiness within your heart, because then you'll be answering God's needs. That's my advice to you.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mrs. S.C.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I'm talking to a friend of mine. He was married very happily for... They are married 16 years. They were married happily for 12 years.
You were married to these friends of yours were married happily for a period of 12 years?
Yes.
But they are married 16?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
4 years ago, she had a child.
Uh-huh.
And ever since the child was born, there has been difficulty in the house. She had a nervous breakdown which left her mentally down.
Mm-hmm.
So now, all of a sudden, she decided to get a separation from her husband. She took the child out of state and filed a separation suit. Now, the men would like to know if
If he would fight the case, he most likely certainly would have to put an institution, which he doesn't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But he really don't know what to do. Should he fight the case? Or should he brought 14 charges against him which he doesn't like.
They're untrue? Is that what you mean?
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
I see.
90%.
All right, don't tell me what they are. Go ahead.
And he would like to know, should he fight the case and put her in an institution, or should he settle everything quietly and just leave her go on to the fever?
If I understand this problem correctly, it's simply this. Your friends are separated, and the husband feels that, and he knows, as a matter of fact, that his wife is mentally sick.
Yes.
And he feels that if he contests this legal action she brought against him, it would be necessary for him to reveal a mental illness. Is that the point you make?
Yes.
I doesn't want her to go to an institution?
No.
And therefore, the question has come into his mind whether or not to contest the action?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think that he's being kind by not contesting the action. If this woman is mentally sick, then she belongs in an institution. Whether the husband wants her there or not is another point. It would do her more good to be cared for medically, that is properly, than it would be for her to be permitted to go ahead with this action, no matter whether the action is an important one or unimportant. I think that the husband would be rendering his wife, who, according to your story, I gather that he's still very fond of her.
Yes.
I think he would be rendering her a great service if she were placed in an institution where she could receive the proper care. That would be his greatest service to her, and not the rather gallant action of not defending this suit that is being brought against him. If the woman needs medical attention in an institution, that's where she belongs, and that's what the husband should do, regardless whether or not he defends the action. That's unimportant, and you tell him that my advice is that you do place her in an institution if it's possible and if she needs the help. Now, Mr. Frank, before proceeding, I'd like a word with our listeners. Friends, the best recommendation for any product is the word-for-word testimony of its satisfied users. Here are two such letters of appreciation from among the thousands which we have received.
Mr. Joseph Musa of New York City writes the first letter. He says, ironized yeast made a complete change in my life. I've gained 10 pounds in a few short months, and I haven't felt so well and strong in years. I claim that ironized yeast has helped me say this. And here is what Mrs. Lawrence Borst of Chicago writes.
I had heard so much about ironized yeast, but always had some doubt whether it would do everything that people claimed. But I decided to try it out, as I myself was run down and losing weight, and my 9-year-old girl was so pale, nervous, thin, and lacking in appetite. Well, to date, I have gained 9 pounds, and my girl 4 pounds. She has a much better appetite and looks and feels so much better. I've no more doubt about ironized yeast.
And friends, if you too need vitamin D and iron, or some member of your family does, ask your druggist for the one and only ironized yeast tablets tonight or the first thing tomorrow morning. Now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Mrs. T.R.
All right, madam, go ahead, please.
32 years ago, Mr. Anthony.
Speak up, I can hardly hear you.
32 years ago, Mr. Anthony, I married a very fine, well-educated young man, a young lawyer.
A young lawyer?
Lawyer. Mm-hmm. In course of time, 2 children were born, a girl and a son whom he never saw because he died. I took those 2 children to Europe after I was not able to raise them myself. After 2.5 years, my father died, and I worked my way over to first-class stewardess to get the children back. When I came back, I found that I could not, as a governess, have the children with me, and so had to take a housekeeper's possession to bring them up. In 1917, I married again, also a very well-educated man. But somehow he didn't care for the boy. He was a very little fellow because boys are mischievous. I took those 2 children and walked away. Went back to the town I came from and raised them myself. Now they're both grown up. The boy is a certified public accountant, has a wife and child, and the girl now is a clerk.
Mm-hmm.
She also has a small daily post. None of those children can help in any way.
Now, just try to control yourself, please. Go
I
ahead.
have a little apartment I do want to keep. I don't want him to take that away too. But I don't know how to hold it. At the end of the month, I rent the street till the end of the month. Then I don't know where to go. I don't want to lose it. I have thought of putting a social storage, but that would be next time spent for storage fees if I haven't got, and I'm still homeless. I thought of renting it out all, but I have to be homeless. It's only one place. That is the sale with some buildings. I don't know, just very much emotionally upset. I don't know. Can you help me?
All right, let me see. How old are you now?
60 years old.
60?
Yes.
Well, you've had what I might call a magnificent life. Even though you might be suffering at this very moment, your life has been a magnificent one and a noble one. You raised your children to the very best of your ability, and you gave them every care and attention. Now, tell me that mother could, under very trying circumstances. Tell me that your son is now a certified public accountant. Gainfully employed, is he?
Yes, he is.
Can't he contribute in some fashion?
No,
Sustenance?
he was up and stormy, and his father isn't very well, and he really can't.
You see, you're permitting, madam, I believe you're permitting, was an instinct of yours to work to your own detriment. Now, I don't know just what your son's income is, and I don't know how much he can for, but certainly, a mother like you, a mother who has done the things for her children, deserves some sort of help from those that can give it to her. And I think your son can give you some measure of assistance, regardless of how small it is. I gather from your story that your daughter is unable to do that.
Yes.
I understand that because her husband's income is rather small. But certainly your son should be able to do something for you.
See, Mr. Anthony, he's separated from his wife, and he has 2 households to support. He has to pay his woman for somewhere, and then his wife, and the baby seems to be always sick.
Nice. Well, wouldn't it be advisable for you to live with your son and therefore avoid the upkeep of another household?
No, I've never met his wife. So they're married 8 years,
I see.
and she does, and I don't know why.
Just a moment, madam. We'll continue with this case in just a moment. Right now, here is a news bulletin.
Canada has joined the Dutch government in exile. The Dutch East Indies and Latin American nation of Costa Rica are declaring war on Japan. President Roosevelt and his cabinet are in session at this moment, debating Japan's declaration of war on the United States. Washington is an armed camp with sentries in steel helmets guarding all officials on the border. A strict censorship has been clamped on all radio messages and cablegrams, and the War Department has taken over the issuance of Army news. Congress is expected to be called into session tomorrow, probably to declare a state of war with Japan. Secretary Hull says that he has received messages of cooperation from most South American nations, and it is probable that they will join in the war declaration tomorrow. The British government, against whom Japan also has declared war, has called a special session of Parliament. A British gunboat has been attacked in the harbor of Shanghai, and reports reaching the NBC newsroom indicate that British naval bases in the Far East are under attack all along the coast, also going to Hawaii and the island of Guam. The War Department says that 104 members of our armed forces have been killed and 300 have been wounded on the island of Oahu. This figure is admittedly only an estimate and does not include civilian casualties. The United States fleet has joined the United States Air Force in action against Japan. Our planes took off from Manila in the Philippines as the Japanese war began shortly after noon today, and tonight General Douglas MacArthur has warned all women and children in the Philippines to leave the coastal cities and go into the civilians. Here at home, the cities on our west coast are in a state of armed alert. Mayor Rossi of San Francisco has called for a cessation of all strikes. And in Los Angeles, air raid warning sirens have been ready for immediate action. Secretary Morgenthau has closed the nation's borders to Japanese nationals. And the FBI is ready to round up all citizens of Japan in this country. All servicemen have been ordered back to Japan and both Navy and Army officers will henceforth dress in uniform in public at all times. Recruiting officers of the Army, Navy, and the Marine Corps will open earlier than usual tomorrow morning. Reaction to the Pacific War has been swift. Political lines that have been almost wiped out. Senator Wheeler of Montana, a leading isolationist, says we must do the best we can to lick Japan. And the Chicago Tribune, one of the leading isolationist papers, prints this headline for tomorrow morning. Our country, right or wrong. One of the immediate consequences of Japan's war declaration was the granting of a closed shop in the captured coal mines, meeting the demands of the CIO. And this assured peace in the coal fields, for coal is essential to defense. A bulletin just handed me. Berlin, Monday. Obligated under the three-power pact to go to Japan's assistance if Japan is attacked, Germany referred early today to hostilities in the Pacific as clashes. A special communique failed to clarify Germany's intentions. A Japanese-controlled radio station, a Shanghai broadcast, a Japanese report tonight saying a large number of Thai military...
You tell me that if you're unable to continue as governess, is that the point you'd like to make?
Yes.
And you feel that in the event you give up this apartment, you'll still be homeless, and there's nothing else that you can see in the immediate future. But wouldn't there be a possibility of you taking up home with your son, as I pointed out a moment ago?
No.
Well, tell me why.
Because the wife has TB.
I see. Well, but you tell me, however, that your son does not reside with his wife. Is that true?
No.
Just a moment, please. Never mind the reason. You tell me that your son does not reside with his wife. Your son resides alone. Is that true? Why, then, can you not take up home with your son and keep house for him? That would be a comparatively easy work for you, would it not?
Yes, but my son lives in New York.
I'm going to ask you, madam, not to mention names of places.
My son lives away from me and goes to college at night.
I see. That still does not make any material difference insofar as I can see. The place of residence that your son may maintain seems to be no bar for your residence with him. You're alone in this world. You're a woman of 60. You have no one but your two children. And in view of the fact that your son does reside alone and is unable to contribute toward your support, I think the ideal solution to your problem would be to live with him in the event that he cannot help support you. Failing that, there would seem to be nothing except to again take up work, which you tell me that you're not able at this time because of illness. Isn't that so? I think that your son owes it to you, madam, to provide some means of sustenance for you at your age. Would it be possible for me to speak to your son? Or would you rather not have that take place?
Well, my son can only take very little for the so much aim that he has. And he couldn't help me. He couldn't feed me.
I see. Well, are you capable of doing any kind of work at all?
Yes, I sew very well.
Uh-huh. And you feel that you could earn your livelihood by being a seamstress. Is that right? Is that right?
I wouldn't say seamstress. I cannot cut the clothing.
But you can sew?
Yes, I can sew.
Well, I'd like to help you, madam. Certainly, if anyone deserves help, you do. I don't know just what I can do for you. Then I'm going to ask you to remain. Perhaps by that time, some help can be secured for you. But regardless of the help that we are able to extend to you, I mean material help, I still believe that you ought to make some sort of demand upon your son to provide for you in some measure, no matter how small that measure is. In other words, I don't think that he should be relieved of complete responsibility for you. I think he should be able to do something for you, and I'm going to ask you to remain at the close of this session. Perhaps I can be of greater help to you at that time.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mr. T.C.
All right, sir. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I was the only child of divorced parents. And my parents divorced when I was very young. I lived with my father about 8 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And through correspondence with my mother's folks, I managed to come in with money that my mother sent me.
I see. This correspondence between you and your mother's people has been going on for some time, has it?
Well, for about, yes.
In other words, what I'm trying to determine is whether or not you've been in constant touch with your mother since the divorce of your parents.
Since I've been in high school.
I see.
I graduated.
Prior to that, you were not in communication with your mother?
No.
I see. All right, go ahead.
Now, both parents had married, and I found it difficult living with my stepmother. So, I thought it would be well to come and see. Now, I find it difficult living with my stepfather because I can't fit into his life. He thinks differently and everything, every way. And so 2 weeks ago, I moved to a room by myself, and I have a job here.
Okay.
And my superiors told me that I could, I had a promotion coming up, and so I don't know whether to remain here and keep my job so I can go to college, or move back where I came from and work with my father's folks on the ranch and earn just a meager sum, and take longer to go to college, or try to fight it out here and make up with my stepfather. I know I never can make up with my stepmother.
I see.
It's impossible.
Uh-huh. How old are you now?
I'm 18.
18. Well, you tell me that you came to visit your mother because you wanted to again establish a relationship between you after not having seen her many years. You've been a bit unhappy with your stepfather. However, you were able to secure a position that enables you to support yourself, and with advancement coming up. Is that right? That's right. And if you remain at this work, what work is that? A newspaper. Oh, you're working at a newspaper now. And if you remain there, you'll be able to go to college as you always desired to go. But you feel that your friends here, that's what I gather. You have the friends that you did have back home. Is that right?
Well, yes, Mr. Anthony. I haven't the same, ingenuity as you might say, as to take up friends as I did as I did.
Well, I think the line of least resistance in your particular case would be to remain where you are. By your own story, you tell me that you believe it's going to be far more difficult for you to get along with your stepmother than it would be for you to get along with your stepfather. That's exactly what you said. Yes, if you can possibly resume the friendship that you thought you might be able to establish when you first arrived at his home, I would certainly suggest that you do so. Economically, you seem to be better off where you are, therefore I recommend that you remain where you are. The question of happiness, which is always a very relative question, I think can be solved by an 18-year-old aggressive young man, such as you are, in a very short time. The friendship that you might have with your stepfather, certainly the love and devotion that your mother is ready and willing to extend to you will help you. You have friends among your acquaintances at your work, and you're going to go to college. All of these things will gradually tend to create a happier being as time goes along. It seems to me logical that you remain where you are, continue at your work, and to resume the friendship and again make up with your stepfather. That would seem to be the most logical thing to do, and that's my advice.
Before Mr. Anthony hears the rest of tonight's cases, a reminder to you, our listeners. Friends, invest your money so it will do you and our country the most good. Buy defense savings bonds. You pay only $18.75, and by 1951 you'll receive $25. That means an actual increase in your investment of 33 1/3%. So buy as many defense savings bonds as you can. Your money is as safe as the nation itself, and you'll be helping to keep America the strongest nation on the face of the globe. See your postmaster or banker today. We pause for station identification. The original Goodwill Hour, conducted by John J. Anthony, author of Marriage and Family Problems and How to Solve Them, and founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, now continues.
as Mr. Anthony hears the case of Mrs. S.D.
Friends, before we hear the case of Mrs. S.D., may I remind you that if there are any news bulletins concerning the national emergency during our session of the Goodwill Hour tonight, our program will be interrupted so that you may hear them. And now, madam, go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I married a widower about a year ago. 2 children. And when I first met him, I had my own apartment. And he said it was just temporarily that he would establish a home for me, the 2 children, myself and him. Now, this has been going on, Mr. Anthony, for some time. He hasn't made any kind of a move.
You've been married to him about a year?
Yes, just 1 year ago.
And he's taken up residence in your home?
Yes.
And he hasn't established the home that he had promised you. Is that it?
No,
all right, go ahead.
The children are at a boarding house not far away from where I live. And it seems he visits them every night in the week, leaving me alone. He promises to come right back, but he's gone to all hours of the night. Now, Mr. Anthony, I have to become a mother, and I'm alone most of the time. And I need proper care and proper food. And he's making a very good salary, and he could support us all very nicely. And I would like to know if I could talk to the children myself. You know, I would do anything to make that girl happy. She's about 15. And I would do anything in my power to have... I would treat her as a sister. The boy is 19.
Is this your first marriage?
Yes.
How old are you?
38.
38, I see. All right, go ahead.
And I don't know what to do, Mr. Anthony. I come to you for advice. I know you help so many other people. I'm sure you could help me. If I should talk to the children or not, he says they come first. Their first consideration.
Has he ever told you why he hasn't established the home that he promised you?
I did ask him. I told him so many times, Mr. Anthony, but he keeps saying that he wants to wait until he gets enough money to establish a home. But I can't go on this way because I'm alone every night in the week. And when my friends come, I'm so embarrassed that I don't know what to do because they always find me alone.
I see. Well, have you pointed all of these things out to your husband?
I did tell him time and time again, but he seems to give me the same story all the time.
He feels that his children come first. Well, you don't deny him. You don't want to deny him. Just a moment, madam. You don't want to deny him the companionship and friendship of his children, do you?
No, I don't.
But you do. You would like to have him return after his visits to them at an hour that you can have some benefit of his company. Is that your point? Well, you're asking very little, I imagine. I see no reason why your husband cannot grant the wish. It seems to be a desirable thing to do. You see, I believe, however, that you're placing too much importance upon the establishing of a home. The home that you have is a home. Does he carry that home? Does he provide for it?
He doesn't support me properly. No, not in the proper way.
He's able to support you better. Is that right?
Yes, he certainly is.
He's able to support you better, and he doesn't do that. Now you ask me, the question you ask me is whether or not you ought to speak to your children and ask them to help. I must interrupt. At this moment. We'll continue with your case in just a moment, madam, but right now, here's the news bulletin.
Washington, President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress at noon tomorrow. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
All right, now, you might go ahead with that. The question then seems to be whether or not to speak to your husband's children and ask them to help you in securing the cooperation of their father. That's about the problem. Is that right? Well,
I would like us all to be together, Mr. Anthony.
Have you talked to the children at any time? Are you friendly with them during this period of a year? Are you friendly?
Just the girl.
And what about the boy?
Well, the boy isn't so very friendly.
How long did you know this man before you married him?
Just a year.
A year. And during that period of a year, were you friendly also with the children?
No, I wasn't.
In other words, you might have reason to believe that they resented their father's marriage to you.
I think that might be the reason. Maybe he doesn't want to hate my feelings and tell me that. Because he always has a different excuse to offer me.
I see. Well, do you think that you could approach these children in a manner so sympathetic that they might be able to see your side of this problem?
You tell them about my condition?
Well, that's only one thing that you'd have to tell them. You'd have to tell them the truth. Tell them that you're in love with their father, that you hope to make good wife and a good home for him, but that you would like to also include them in your plans, that you'd like to have them, too, in your home.
I would like to have a nice situation to make her happy. I treat her like a sister.
Well, I think that might be advisable if you can approach them in a manner so that they might feel sympathetic toward you. Beyond that, I might caution you against one thing, and that is a rash action on your part. Don't do anything hastily. If you had contemplated breaking up this marriage or leaving your husband, by no means do that. I think that would be a great mistake. Perhaps your husband may realize his responsibilities as soon as he finds that he is again a father, and perhaps by that time he might be able to... Well, he might still be doing something to relieve the tension between his children and you. And if he's able to accomplish that and the introduction of the new child into the family, perhaps some arrangement can be made. But if I were in your place, I think I'd talk to those children. I don't see how any harm can be done, and perhaps a great deal of good can come out of it. I would do that if I were in your place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony.
Mr. Anthony, before introducing the next case, Mr. Winters has some excellent advice. Friends, if you're thin and run down, weak as water, nervous and irritable from lack of vitamin D and iron, you can say,
Oh, what's the use? I guess I'm just meant to be skinny and miserable. I might as well make the best of it. All the same, I don't get much fun out of life.
or here's what you can do. You can try ironized yeast. That's what Mrs. Mabel Lyle of Lyndon, Washington did when she was feeling nervous and run down from lack of vitamin D and iron. Listen to the letter she writes to Mr. Anthony telling of the amazing change ironized yeast has made in her.
Now I have a wonderful appetite, sleep like a tired youngster, and certainly don't feel so nervous anymore. I've gained about 10 pounds. When people remark how well I look, I always recommend ironized yeast.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyle. And friends, it's because we know of so many thousands of similar experiences that we urge you, if you're thin, nervous, and run down from lack of vitamin D and iron, to try ironized yeast. But be sure you get the genuine ironized yeast. Other yeast and iron tablets are not the same. So ask for ironized yeast by its full name and look for the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Miss L.W. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Anthony, I've always wanted to be an actress, and thanks to the help of my parents, I had this dream realized this past summer. After 4 years of study...
You mean dramatic study?
Dramatic study.
Mm-hmm.
I went into summer stock, and my parents paid for it. I came back. I didn't get anything immediately, and I felt that I couldn't continue to take money from my parents any longer. And I got a job in the evening. I feel that I'm not happy at my work. It isn't what I want to do, but I don't want to give it up because my mother isn't a well woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel any money that I would be taking from my parents would also be taking money from my mother, bettering my mother's health.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to do. Give up my career and just forget about it, or keep on with my job, or what?
And how old did you say you were?
I'm 19 years old.
19. You find that trying to secure theatrical work and maintaining your present work is too strenuous for you? Is that what you're
yes,
trying to make me
all day
think?
long I walk around to the different theatrical offices, and then I don't get home until about 11 o'clock at night.
Well, my dear, you want to be an actress, don't you?
That's right, and they say you have to suffer
Mm-hmm.
if you want anything that badly.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not happy with the work that I'm doing now.
But it is a means to an end, is it not? And
That's
that is a means of not taking money from your parents, something that's distasteful to you. Isn't that true?
That's right.
It isn't as though we were in dire circumstances, but the money could be used to better my mother's health.
Mm-hmm. And you feel that no matter what work you do, you're relieving them of that burden.
That's right.
Well, suppose the work is distasteful for the time being. You don't expect to make, or you don't hope to make a career of that type of work, do you?
No, I don't.
You would like to make a career of being an actress. Is that true?
That's right.
Well, you're 19. You're young. And career you've chosen for yourself is one that requires long uphill climb most often, unless you have very, very great talent. But if you feel that you've been trained sufficiently, if you feel that your life's work is in the theater, by no means give up that hope, that dream, or that desire. Keep at it. Of course, it's going to be difficult. It's difficult for most young people to get a start in any profession. But this profession you love. You want it, and you want it probably more than anything else that you can think of. The fact that the work you're doing now is a bit distasteful shouldn't dishearten you, because if you do, if you permit this to dishearten you, then what can we think of the heartbreaks that you might have to undergo once you've... In other words, once you have reached the charmed pinnacle, as it were, of the theater, once you've secured work in the theater and you love that work, that doesn't mean that these heartbreaks you speak of and think of are going to be any lessons. They will simply be transferred to another field. You might feel yourself now, during your youth, to being able to stand these shocks. I would continue the work that I was doing if I were in your place, and I still would continue to try to find a spot for myself in the theater. I think you can do both without a great deal of effort, that is, more effort that would be required in any other field. I think you ought to keep right on doing that, and perhaps through that means accomplish what you're trying to do with your life. I see no reason for you to give up your employment, and I certainly see no reason for you to give up the hope of becoming an actor. That's the way I feel.
Thank you very much.
Our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mrs. S.J.
Mr. Anthony, my case concerns my mother-in-law. She's a woman of 81 years of age, and she's in the hospital with a stroke. Now, Mr. Anthony, my husband's two older brothers and I agree that when she comes out of the hospital, that we should put her in an institution where she will receive the proper care and medical attention. We figure that we cannot give her the help she needs home, being that we all have large families. Mm-hmm. And I have 6 children and a store to take care of and a sick husband. Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Anthony, anything you advise us to do, we will do.
In other words, what you're endeavoring to tell me is that there's divided opinion in the family as to whether or not your mother, did you say?
Mother-in-law.
Your mother-in-law should be placed in a home or in an institution after her release from the hospital. This woman is now 81 years old.
Yes.
And you feel that the attention and care she would receive in an institution would be far superior to that the children in the family can provide for. Is that true? Now, taking your story at its face value, in other words, believing that the children cannot provide the kind of attention a woman will require, there seems to be no alternative but to place her in a home. As a matter of fact, I have recommended that the care provided by immediate members of the family would be almost as good as could be provided in the hospital. Because I feel, and in a sick condition, more companionship, congenial surroundings fine within the confines of the home and of her children. I believe it would serve the purpose of all the members of the family far better, including the mother, if the woman were placed in an institution. That's my advice.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Anthony.
Now, before considering the next case, Mr. Frank, I have a word for our listeners. Friends, the crying need of defense industries today is for men and women who can work long hours and at top speed. Yet thousands lack the required strength and energy. And if you're such a person, then what Roland Winters has to say may be of vital importance to you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Friends, if you're so all in, you can't keep going all out for defense, if you're miserably tired, weak, and on edge, gradually losing weight, then you'd better check up. Very possibly you're simply not getting sufficient vitamin B and iron. Listen, without enough vitamin B, you may lack appetite, not eat enough to maintain normal weight and strength. And without enough iron, you may be weak, pale and tired. But why go on with that deficiency when you can get these exact missing substances, both vitamin B and iron, in ironized yeast? Remember, too, you try ironized yeast with its definite promise. If it doesn't help you to eat better, to sleep better, to feel much stronger, more alive, if you're not convinced ironized yeast will help you gain just the pounds of new, firm flesh you need, if, in short, you're not 100% satisfied with the results, the full cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you by the Ironized Yeast Company, Atlanta, Georgia. Fair enough, isn't it? Remember the name, Ironized Yeast Tablet. Now, Mr. Anthony, the case of Mrs. T.C.
May I take just a moment of your time, madam? A message has just been handed to me telling me that our wires are being flooded with help offered the case of Mrs. T.R., the 60-year-old woman who spoke here a moment ago, and all I want to say at this time is, God bless the collective heart of America. For even in trying times like these, their hearts ache people whose hearts go out to another fellow human being in need. God bless all of you. Now go ahead, madam.
Mr. Anthony, I've been married 23 years, and at the present time, I'm seriously thinking about giving up my home and leaving my husband and setting up a home for my 2 grown sons and myself. My husband gambled years ago several $100s. I had some money saved at the time, and I paid his debts for him. Then he lost his job, and we went through 7 trying years, during which time I worked to help keep up the home. Mm-hmm. And though we were poor, we were happy, and I never thought that we'd hear anything about loans again. About a year ago, we received a terrible shock when he again told me that he was in debt for several $100s.
And all these debts have been incurred as a result of gambling, did you say?
Yes, Mr. Anthony. There was no money here then to pay for these debts, and I have to pay them monthly, which is quite a hardship because he only earns $25 a week. About a month ago, a letter came to the house addressed to him, which I opened, and in it was a receipt for another payment on an entirely new loan.
I see. This was taken, this loan was secured without your knowledge?
All of them were. We never received a cent from
All right.
Now, Mr. Anthony, do you think I'd be doing the wise thing while I'm still able to work to leave this man and set up a home for my 2 grown sons and myself?
I see. Your 23 years of marriage would then simply be cast by the wayside, and you were to attempt to establish a home for your sons and yourself. Is that right?
Well,
Is that what's in your mind?
Yes, and he'd like to be.
And all because your husband has been pursuing a rather foolish course of living.
Yes, he can't seem to bring him to his senses each time.
I disagree there wholeheartedly. I think the man can be made to understand what his responsibilities are. Now, that might not be possible by the members of his immediate family. It might, however, be possible by someone outside the family. Seek professional help in that regard. I don't know what good I might be able to do, but I certainly would be willing to help the family stay together if it were possible for me to speak to the husband. In other words, if you were to bring your husband here to me and let me see what is disturbing this man, because there must be something disturbing him if he keeps doing these things. It doesn't seem to be a logical action. There must be something disturbing him, and perhaps I might be able to determine what that is. But, however, let me caution you. I don't think that you could possibly find sufficient happiness to compensate you for the loss that might be incurred through this breaking up of the family unit. There is nothing, madam, that can replace 23 years of marriage. You've built up something in those 23 years that an attempt to tear down, even though they might not have been as happy as you would like to have them, an attempt to tear those 23 years down would probably react with greater unhappiness rather than the happiness you expect to find. Before you attempt any such rash action, my advice to you would be, bring your husband here. Let me speak to him and let me see if it's not possible to keep this family unit together.
I'll be very glad to do that. Thank you very much.
Now, our next case, Mr. Anthony, Mr. M.V.
All right, sir. Go ahead, please. Very young, mister. How old are you?
I want to be 16 years old.
You're going to be 16. All right, son. Go ahead.
A year ago, I graduated junior high school. And I had a very good average. But my ambition was to go to a vocational school. But my parents refused to let me go and made me go to a plain ordinary general school. I've been going to this school for 1 year, but I lack interest in all my subjects. So I still want to go to this vocational school. But now that this vocational school is taking pupils, I want to go back to it, but my parents refuse to let me go. I want your advice, Mr. Anthony, that whether I should lose a year and go back to the school or still remain here.
I see. It's not really a question of your parents refusing to permit you to return to the school that you like. It's their suggestion that you don't. Isn't that what you mean, young man? They believe you ought to remain in your present school and continue your schooling from that point on. But you, on the other hand, would like to enter a vocational school where some vocational work will be taught you so that you might be able to go out in the world and earn your own living. Is that right?
But my parents, they want to send me to the school in order to go to college.
Yes, I understand that. That's exactly what I said. In other words, that they wanted you to continue with your schooling after you've completed your present school, but you, on the other hand, would like this vocational school so that you might be able to learn a trade or some vocation and be able to earn your livelihood. Is that right? Your marks, you tell me, not as good as they might be as a result of your not liking the work?
Well, when I graduated this junior high school, I had very good marks. But now I lack interest in all my subjects, and I don't pay any attention in class, and that's why my marks are...
Well, if I were your parents, I would permit you to go to the vocational school. However, you must be able to convince your parents that would be the logical course to follow. I'm going to offer you the same suggestion I offered the lady that spoke here a moment ago. I should like to speak not only to you, but to your parents. I think that after we've discussed the matter quite thoroughly amongst all of us, that we will be able to arrive at a proper conclusion as to whether or not you ought to continue in your present school or you ought to be permitted to follow your own inclinations and go to this vocational school. You see, in most of these instances, this is generally what happens. The parent doesn't believe that his child has a sufficient amount of intelligence to determine for himself. And therefore, they're always careful about giving you permission to go to another school. That's what it is. All right. Then I'm going to ask you and your parents to see me any day this coming week at your convenience.
Now, Mr. Anthony gives us his closing message, taken from his latest and greatest book, Marriage and Family Problems and How to Solve Them.
Looking forward. What a beautiful phrase that is. If we could all only have those two words as our guiding philosophy, hope and expectancy and a youthful spirit are all embodied in that phrase. But so many of us spend our precious store of hours looking backward, living in the past, using up our energies and abilities in futile reminiscence. Remember, my friends, faith is what you make it. If your love and faith and courage are strong enough, you can find, even in sorrow, a greater love, a greater faith, a higher courage.
Friends, have you ever... More men are shaving with Mole brush with shaving cream than ever before. And here's why. Mole speeds up shaving. You spread it over your face as fast as you can move your fingertips. And Mole leaves your face feeling fit and fine. It contains a special emollient oil, friends, which provides a thin film of protection for your razor to ride on. So join the thousands who get better-looking, better-feeling shaves with Mole. Ask for a tube or jar at any drug counter. Ask for Mole, spelled M-O-L-L-E. Mole. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
By General Electric, makers of GE Mazda lamps. The lamps that stay brighter, longer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Because of the national emergency, the Hour of Charm will be interrupted to bring you the latest bulletins as soon as received. But now for the music of the Hour of Charm, featuring the All-Girl Orchestra,
with Evelyn and her magic violin, and the voices of Vivian, Maxine, and the Three Little Words, all under the direction of Bill Stefano. A week ago, you heard the last of 10 charming co-eds in the General Electric Hour of Charm audition, a radio competition designed to find the nation's #1 co-ed singer and to give aspiring young musical talent the opportunity to be heard and judged by an important audience. During the past week, the members of the all-girl orchestra listened to recordings of the voices of every one of the 10 charming co-eds who appeared before these microphones. After careful deliberation, the girls are ready to announce the names of the 3 singing co-eds who will each receive $1,000 and who will appear next week on the Hour of Charm in the final competition for the $4,000 fellowship. So listen later in the program for the names of the 3 winners. Now, on with the music. You know, around about this time of the season, we begin looking for the new crop of songs for the coming year. The girls of the orchestra predict that these are the popular melodies that the country will be singing when 1942 comes rolling around. First, here's the choice of the Three Little Words, tropical magic from the picture Weekend in Havana. Sometimes you really go out on the proverbial limb when you predict a song hit. But here's a prediction we're all mighty proud of. And here's Evelyn to tell you why.
About a month ago, we introduced a song written by our director, Mr. Staccato. The song was Madeleine, and already it has justified our faith by making the hit parade. We all hope it will soon be the country's #1 song.
And now here it is, friends. Madeleine, presented by the choir and Vivian, the orchestra, and Maxine.
shall see that lovely line blue, then night and day I'll come back to
Friends, you won't mind, I know, if I make a suggestion, so here goes. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring except Father. And Father was fit to be tied. He was down on his knees hunting for that pesky, burned-out bulb on a string of Christmas tree lights. Well, this year's going to be different, because Father went out and bought some of those new multiple Christmas tree bulbs, GE master lamps, of course. They last and last. But when one of them does finally burn out, you can find it in a jiffy because the rest of the bulbs stay lit. Yes, sir, those new GE master lamps save a lot of time and temper, and their bright, vivid colors certainly make your tree look wonderful. They're 2 for 15 cents. Or if you want those attractive luminous candle shapes, they're only 10 cents each. And there are other GE master Christmas tree lamps, cone shaped, for as little as 5 cents each. Now, here's something else to remember. Whether you pay a nickel apiece for a cone-shaped GE master lamp or the slightly higher price for multiple bulbs, you always get big value in GE master Christmas tree lamps. They're made to stay brighter. They don't burn out right away, and the colors are beautiful. Wouldn't it be a good idea to look over your strings of bulbs tomorrow and then go out and get the extra bulbs or strings you need? Just make sure every bulb is marked GE master, and you can't go wrong. If the title of a song could make it a hit, this should be one of the big ones of the coming season. It's called All for Love. Now, after all, doesn't that sum up the philosophy of pretty nearly every popular song? All for love. magic violin.
Thank you. I think we must all have noticed that one of the most popular songs every season is a modern adaptation of an old melody. I believe this coming season will be no exception, and I think the song Minka, the popular American version of a plaintive old Russian folk song, will be a hit. I'd like to play my own arrangement of it for you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, more than ever, America realizes the importance of its defense program. In GE Mazda fluorescent lamps, fresh from the great Mazda research laboratories, America is finding a new, cool, abundant kind of light that's the beginning of a new age of lighting. For in these new lamps, science has produced a light source that not only gives 2 to 3 times more light, but light that is unbelievably soft and cool, the closest mankind has ever come to actual sunlight indoors. Today, America is finding this new and better kind of lighting a potent aid to defense production. Under this man-made sunlight, men and women can work faster with fewer mistakes and accidents, and they work with less fatigue, because eye strain actually does tire people out. In GE fluorescent lighting, research has made a significant contribution to defense, and you'll share in the benefits of research every time you buy a GE Mazda bulb for your home or a GE Mazda fluorescent lamp for your business. Those initials GE on every lamp are a pledge from GE scientists to give you more and more and more light for your money. Now some more Hour of Song predictions of song hits for the coming new year. Yes, we're rather ambitious tonight. We're not only getting ready to find the nation's #1 co-ed singer, but we're also trying to discover the songs she'll be singing for you next year. This, we think, will be one of them. Is it taboo to fall in love with you? Played by the all-girl orchestra, sung by the Three Little Words.
We interrupt the hour of charm to bring you a group of bulletins from the NBC newsroom in New York. Canada has just joined the Dutch government in exile, the Dutch East Indies, and the Latin American nation of Costa Rica in declaring war on Japan. President Roosevelt and his cabinet are in session at this moment, debating Japan's declaration of war on the United States. Washington is an armed camp, with sentries and steel helmets guarding all official buildings. A strict censorship is in place on all radio messages and cablegrams, and the War Department has taken over the issuance of Army news. Congress is expected to be called to special session tomorrow, probably to declare a state of war with Japan. Secretary Holmes says that he has received messages of cooperation from most South American nations, and it is probable that they will join in the war declaration tomorrow. The British government, against whom Japan also has declared war, has called a special session of Parliament. A British gunboat has been attacked in the harbor of Shanghai, and reports reaching the NBC newsroom indicate that British naval bases in the Far East are under attack, along with our possessions of Hawaii and Guam. The War Department says that 104 members of our armed forces have been killed and 300 have been wounded on the island of Oahu. This figure is admittedly only an estimate and does not include civilian tankers. The United States fleet has joined the United States Air Force in action against Japan. Our planes took off from Manila in the Philippines as the Japanese attack began shortly after noon today, and tonight General Douglas MacArthur has warned all women and children in the Philippines to leave the coastal cities and go into the interior. Here at home, the cities on our west coast are in a state of armed emergency. Mayor Rossi of San Francisco has called for a cessation of all strikes. In Los Angeles, air raid warning sirens have been ready for immediate action. Secretary Morgenthau has closed the nation's borders to Japanese nationals. The FBI is back to round up all citizens of Japan in this country. All servicemen have been ordered back to their posts, and both Navy and Army officers will henceforth dress in uniform in public at all times. Recruiting officers of the Army, the Navy, and the Marine Corps will open earlier than usual tomorrow morning. Reaction to the Pacific War has been swift. Political lines have been almost wiped out. Senator Wheeler of Montana, a leading isolationist, says we must do the best we can to lick Japan. And the Chicago Tribune, one of the leading isolationist newspapers, prints this headline for tomorrow morning: Our country, right or wrong. One of the immediate consequences of Japan's war declaration was the granting of a closed shop in the captured coal mine, meeting the demands of the CIO. This assures peace in the coal fields, for coal is an essential of defense. Keep tuned to this station for further developments. We return you now to the Hour of Charm.
Dorothy McVitie of Ohio State University.
Thank you, Evelyn. Friends, from the 10 who auditioned, these 3 charming co-ed singers have been selected by the members of the all-girl orchestra. Now, here they are once more. Phyllis Wilcox of the University of Indiana, Marilyn Stiles of the University of Illinois, and Dorothy McVitie of Ohio State University. Congratulations to you all. I'm sure our radio friends will all want to be on hand next Sunday to hear you three charming co-ed singers compete for the $4,000 fellowship, which will be established by General Electric in the name of the winner at the university she represents. And to the other 7 contestants, we were proud to present you on the Hour of Charm, and the best of luck to you in your chosen musical career. Now, Vivian, won't you announce your presentation for tonight?
Mr. Scott, I'm thinking of how happy our 3 co-ed prize winners must be at this moment. And I'd like to sing the most appropriate song I know for them, The End of a Perfect Day.
Come to our hymn of the evening. You know, so many of our listeners have written us expressing their enjoyment of these hymns that the Columbia Recording Corporation asked the all-girl choir to record them as sung on the Hour of Song. 8 hymns are now on record, put up in an attractive album. Many people are giving these albums away as Christmas presents. You can get the albums from any Columbia record dealer in your city, and we're sure they'll be appreciated as gifts.
God bless our native land. Firm may she ever stand through storm and night. When the wild tempests rage, ruler of wind and wave, do thou by thy great hand. God bless our native land. Firm may she ever stand through storm and night. When the wild tempest rage, ruler of wind and wave, do thou
Until next Sunday, when we again present the Hour of Charm under the direction of Phil Citalme, this is Richard Stark speaking for General Electric, makers of TV Mazda lamps, and bidding you good night and good sight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Friends, when you're the victim of a cold, remember this. Bromoquinine cold tablets are made exclusively to help relieve the usual distress of cold. They're not a cure-all. They're made for one purpose, and one purpose only. To help relieve the common miseries of a cold. The aches, the pain, the fever, and nasal stuffing. That's why they do such an effective job. Give yourself the advantages of specialized medication. When a cold attacks, take bromoquinine cold tablets as directed, and only as directed. Now, here we are again in our habitual armchair in front of Dr. Watson's fireplace, waiting for the good doctor to put down the evening paper.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Manning. I didn't see you come in. I was reading about your latest American gang shooting.
Yes, crime seems to be riding high, wide, and handsome in most of our big cities, I'm afraid. What a pity we haven't got Mr. Sherlock Holmes on the job.
This is just what I was thinking.
Of course, on the other hand, these gangs of racketeers have sprung up since he retired. Perhaps he wouldn't know how to handle it.
Rubbish. I can remember just one case we handled back in '94. It was concerned with Giorgiano, the worst gang leader New York ever had. We didn't call it racketeering in those days, but it amounted to the same thing. Kidnapping, blackmailing, bombing, terrorizing innocent people. By during the course of that particular case, Giorgiano had one man taken for a ride, as you call it.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Why don't you tell us about it?
Well, it's a bad story. Let me see. It was in November in the year 1894. Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Vegas.
Well, I thought you said this story was about the head of a New York gang.
Yes, so I did, Mr. Manning, so I did. Don't you interrupt. Even famous gangsters have been known to travel about from time to time. Well, as I was saying, Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Baker Street, and our housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson, ushered in a friend of hers, a landlady who kept lodgings in Great Orm Street. Holmes invited her to sit down. The poor woman was obviously harassed and kept sucking away at the fringe of her cape.
Hudson tells me that you've been having some difficulty with the lodger, Mrs.
Warren, that's my name, sir. No, Mr. Holmes, you couldn't call it difficulty I'm having. And there was a lodger that was easier to do for. It's just that I don't see him from one weekend to the other.
Oh, come now. That's nothing to be uneasy about. My blessed Mrs. Warren, if I were your lodger, there would be many occasions when you wouldn't see me for weeks at a time. I work a good deal at night, you know, and do my speaking by day.
Oh, no doubt, Mr. Holmes. But this is different. He never goes out, not even at night. I've waited up to find out. I never see his face, not even when he pays his bill. Not a sign of him ever seen for the last 3 weeks.
And how do you know he's still there?
Like he's trying to get away from something? Oh, it frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep for fright.
When did this lodger first come to you?
3 weeks back it was. He asked me terms and I paid 50 shillings a week. You see, there's a fine sitting room and bedroom all complete like at the top of the house.
Yes, indeed. Go on.
Well, Mr. Holmes, he says to me, I'll pay £5 a week if I can have it on my own terms. He took a £10 note out of his pocket then and then and gave it to me 2 weeks in advance. Then he says he's to be left entirely to himself and never for any excuse are we to disturb him.
So he took the rooms and hasn't been out since?
Oh, yes, he has, sir. What?
But I thought you said that he...
Just what it was, sir, that first night. He went out and returned very late. He was all in bed, but I heard him walking up the stairs. And his door shut and locked. Oh, it keeps it locked. And I ain't seen him since.
But his meals? How does he get his meals?
Well, when he rings, I take a tray up and leave it on a chair outside his door. Then when he rings again, up I goes and takes the tray away empty. If he's wanting anything else, he writes it on a bit of paper and leaves it on the tray.
I see. Have you brought any of those bits of paper with you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. In 3.
Good.
Here they are.
Uh-huh. Printed today. Most interesting. Written with a broad, pointed, violet-tipped pencil and printed.
Well, what do they say, Holmes?
The messages are quite laconic, my dear Watson. Soap, Daily Gazette, and match. They open up a very pleasing field of intelligent speculation. Suggestive, Watson, very suggestive. The gentleman...
Anything very unusual about those papers?
No. They're printed. The gentleman doesn't wish Mrs. Warren to obtain a sample of his handwriting. And here, look. On this slip, after the soap, a corner has been torn away. There is evidently some mark, perhaps a thumbprint. It might give a clue to the man's identity. Furthermore, the person is undoubtedly a foreigner.
Oh, and how do you deduce that?
Well, he writes match, not matches. You must look the word up in the dictionary, which gave only the singular, of course. Now, Mrs. Warren, what did your lodger look like when he came to take the room?
Youngish he was, Mr. Holmes. Not over 30. Middle-sized, dark, and he had a beard.
Spoke English?
Yes, sir, he spoke English well enough, but with an accent. He was a foreigner.
What did I tell you, Watson? What did I tell you? Did he give his name?
No, sir.
He had any letters or callers?
No, sir.
Where did he retire when you or the girl go in to do his in the morning?
We don't go in, sir. Just for himself.
Oh, I see. Yes, interesting. And you say nothing has come out of that room? Absolutely nothing?
Just 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. They was on the tray this morning.
You brought them with you?
Oh, that I did, sir. Mrs. Hudson told me as how you said nothing was too small to take notice of.
Mrs. Hudson was right.
Sir, here you be.
These matches were used to light cigarettes.
Steady. How can you tell what the matches were used for?
Quite obvious, my dear. Wasn't quite obvious. The shortness of the burnt end. At least half a match is consumed in lighting a pipe or a cigar. Hello. Well. This cigarette is certainly remarkable. Yes, Mrs. Warren. The gentleman who is now living in your rooms is not the gentleman who engaged them.
No, Holmes, you can't tell us that. You can deduce that from the cigarette itself.
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. Notice the size of the thing. I believe you said the first gentleman had a beard, Mrs. Warren.
Yes, sir. A black beard it was, and a flowing moustache.
Yes. Now, take the cigarette. Only a clean-shaven man could have smoked it down this far. Why, Watson, even that person you call a moustache would have been singed.
That's not very funny. Perhaps he used a holder.
Impossible, my dear fellow. Notice the way that it's matted at the end. No, it's a different person entirely.
How could he have got in?
Well, he went out the first night, Mrs. Warren tells us. But did the same man return? I think not. I think it was the second chap who came back. The one for whom the first man took the room.
Perhaps they both returned. Possibly that there are 2 men in those rooms.
Excellent, my dear Watson, excellent. You're coming along. Now, tell me, Mrs. Warren, how much does the fellow eat? Would it be enough for 2?
Oh, no, sir. He eats so little I often wonder if he can keep life in warm.
Well, that settles that.
Oh?
Well, Mrs. Warren, there seems to be nothing more to be done for the moment. I hardly think the situation is dangerous, at least not for the present. But keep us informed of any further developments.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I feel easier in my mind already. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Not at all.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Mrs. Warren. Look here, Holmes. You're not going to go puttering about in this affair. The man is probably just a harmless eccentric of some sort.
You never know, Watson. You never know. Whoever he is, he's living in terror.
Huh?
Terror of what, I wonder?
Oh, rubbish. Besides, who's going to foot the bill? What do you expect to get out of a case like this?
Education? Look, the pursuit of knowledge, Watson, is my great hobby.
Pursuit of knowledge of afoot. Curiosity, that's what it is. Plain, unadulterated curiosity.
Oh, possibly, Watson, possibly. Education, pursuit of knowledge, curiosity. Perhaps they all amount to the same thing.
Where are you going to look for your education in this case, if I may ask?
In the Daily Gazette, my dear fellow, in the Daily Gazette. A newspaper is often a very storehouse of knowledge.
Time I look at you, you have your nose buried in a copy of the Daily Gazette. Why the fondness for that yellow rag?
Yeah. The Daily Gazette is the paper Mrs. Warren's mysterious lodger asked for, remember?
Well, what of it? What can you discover from a common newspaper? The answer is nothing. Nothing at all. Here it is 4 days since we heard of that mysterious gentleman, Mrs. Warren's. What have you unearthed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, you're wrong as usual, my dear Watson. I've unearthed nothing.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin from the NBC newsroom in New York. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress at noon tomorrow. We return you now to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
enemies to the hiding place of the mysterious lodger, how would you go about keeping in touch with him?
Just what I know.
Through the papers, my dear fellow, through the agony columns. And since Mrs. Warren's lodger received only one paper, the notices must appear in that.
Of course, I see now, but how can you tell which notice is the one we're after?
By elimination, Watson. By elimination. Take this paper, for instance. The edition which appeared 2 days after the lodger took up his residence with Mrs. Warren.
The agony column, of course. Let's have a look. Dear me. What a collection of groans, cries, and utter nonsense.
Oh, perhaps, my dear Watson, perhaps, but nevertheless, an invaluable hunting ground for the searchers after education. Well, go on.
The first one reads, surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. That's not very pertinent. Listen to this. If the lady who fainted in the Brixton bath...
Disregard that. The lady doesn't interest me.
Here's another. Every day, my heart longs.
Oh, bleach, Watson. Unmitigated bleach. Go on, please.
Well. Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, watch this column. It's signed G.
Sounds more plausible, eh?
Are there any others?
Yes. 3 days later, we picked up the trail again. Here it is. There, that one.
And making successful arrangements, patience and prudence, the clouds will pass. G again.
Yes, nothing for 2 weeks after that. Then comes something more definite. Here.
The park is clearing. If I find chance to signal, remember code. A1, B2, and so on. You'll hear soon. Oh, what for, G? By Jove. Things are warming up.
Oh, see who that is, will you, Watson?
Sure.
Yes, I'm sure he wanted his money. Thank you so much.
Well. What is it?
The afternoon copy of the Gazette that has just arrived. This is how they got it.
Good. See if there's anything in it.
House of Parliament in heated session. Actress has pearls still.
Oh, come on, give me that paper.
Look out, Holmes. You tell. Snatching a paper out of a fellow's hands like that. Nice manners, I must say.
Here we are, Watson. Here we are. High red house with white stone facing, third floor, second window left after dusk. G. Ha. That's definite enough, Watson. That's definite enough. Hello. What's that? Look out of the window, will you, Watson?
Your friend, Mrs. Warren. I say, she must be excited. Her hat's on the side of her head, and she's puffing like a steam engine. There's Mrs. Hudson. Just let her in.
Yeah, something's happened. We weren't there. Confound it, Watson. I hope nothing did it. Come in. Mrs. Warren, what's up?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir, I come as best as I could.
Well, here, take a chair and get your breath.
Oh.
No, wait a minute. Sit down. That's better. Now then, what's happened?
It's a police matter, that's what it is. I'll have no more of it, and I won't. I'll pack him out bag and baggage. I'm at the end of my patience, I am. When it comes to knocking my old man about...
Mr. Warren,
well, treating him rough anyway.
Who did that?
Well, that's what we want to know. It was around 11 this morning. There was a fog, you remember? Well, I sent Mr. Warren around to get me some money and for the stew we were to have for lunch. Well, he says he got no more than 10 paces down the road when 2 men come up behind him, threw a coat over his head, and bundled him into a cab that was standing beside the curb. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and he don't come back. And there am I and me stew left waiting for the onions. Well, at 2 o'clock they come up a stew anyhow. And you know what a stew is like without onions.
Yes, like tea without...
Yes, that's what I like mine.
Well,
tea without milk is about that. One of the most...
Go on, Mrs. Warren. Go on, never mind.
Yes, well, at 3 o'clock my old man comes home, all black and blue, and his coat tore. At first I think he's been in some pub. He's got a weakness for a drunk now and then.
Yes. Well, go on, please.
Pretty soon I see he's not drunk, just dazed, and he tells me he's been driving around for 2 hours with a couple of men threatening him, and finally they opened the door and shoved him out. And when he comes to, he found he was on Hampstead Heath, so he took a bus home, and there he lies now on the sofa, moaning and groaning.
Indeed, most interesting. Did he notice the appearance of the man? Did he hear them talk?
No, Mr. Holmes. He's clean dazed. He just knows he was lifted up as if by magic and then dropped again.
Just by magic?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you connect this attack with your lodger?
Well, sir, we've been living there 15 years now, and no such happenings ever came before. I've had enough of it. Money's not everything. I'll have him out of the house before the day is
now,
done.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Warren. Wait a minute. Don't do anything rash. The matter's becoming more and more interesting. It's clear that these men mistook your husband for your lodger, and the heavy fog this morning, and when they discovered their mistake, they released him.
They threw him out, they did, on his ear.
Yes, well, wait a minute. The important thing is that your lodger's enemies have found him. They're on his track. They'll be back. I suggest you return to your home at once, before anything serious has a chance to happen.
moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the mystery of Mrs. Warren's loss. Ladies and gentlemen, in every American city, town, or village, you'll find a group of people who are worthy of the highest praise. The American druggists, men and women who are always on the job to serve our needs day and night. This evening, we have a very welcome guest, a druggist from the city of the famous Mardi Gras, colorful New Orleans, Mr. Wally Schweikart of the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy at Carrollton and Jeanette Street. Now, here's what happened the other day when a friend of mine visited the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy.
Mr. Schweikart, you certainly have a fine modern drugstore. How long have you been serving this neighborhood?
About 25 years.
Well, sir, it's a long time. Say, what were those big buildings I just passed on the way out?
Why, the famous Tulane and Loyola University. And we're proud to have some of the students among our best customers.
And I suppose you have an occasional professor stopping in, too, huh?
Yes, we do. College students and professors buy medicines just like anyone else.
And that brings up a question I'd like to ask. What do most of your customers buy when they want to relieve the usual symptoms of colds?
Bromoquinine cold tablets by a big margin. We recommend them, and both Mr. Schaefer and I have used them to help relieve the common miseries of our own colds.
That's just the way it happened, isn't it, Mr. Schweikart?
Yes, that's right.
It's been a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Schweikart, and your statement bears out the results of a coast-to-coast survey conducted by one of America's leading research organizations and taken among over 2,000 American druggists just like yourself. It was found that more than 87%, that's about 9 out of every 10 druggists, recommend bromoquinine cold tablets as an effective aid in the relief of the usual cold symptoms. And in addition, the majority of these druggists said that bromoquinine cold tablets were their largest selling tablets made exclusively for the common distress of cold. Friends, when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get the preparation your druggist probably recommends. Time-proven bromoquinine cold tablets and take only as directed. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
Very tidy indeed. Starched curtains, polished doorknobs.
I do my best, Mr. Holmes. Now, where do I put my keys?
Those windows on the top floor where the lamp is lit. Those are the lodgers' rooms, I take it?
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the key. Slipped inside the linen and the bag. Will you come in, gentlemen?
Holmes? The door's open. Come on in. I say, why are you staring at that house across the street?
You see it, Watson? You see it?
Of course I see it. I'm not blind.
High red house with white stone facing.
Of course. The message.
Yes. Watson, that is undoubtedly the signal station. Notice the to let sign in the window? An ideal spot, my dear fellow. An ideal spot.
I dare say we're supposed to be gone inside. We're keeping Mrs. Warren waiting.
Right, Watson. Practical as usual. Well, Mrs. Warren, what now?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Well, suppose we begin by taking a look at this mysterious lodger of yours.
How are you going to manage that if he keeps the door locked?
When do you take his next tray up to him, Mrs. Warren?
Usually I do see around 4:30.
4:30, eh? It's almost that now. Is there any chance, another room with a door opening onto the corridor?
No, sir, that is... Oh, wait a minute, sir. There's a cupboard. A big cupboard almost opposite his door. Yes?
Excellent. What you and I will secrete ourselves in that cupboard while Mrs. Warren fixes the gentleman's tea tray.
Very good, sir. I'll do it right away. It's the top floor, Mr. Holmes. You can't miss it. The cupboard door is the first one to the right, at the head of the stairs.
Good. Thank you. Come on, Watson.
You do think it's nice flying like this?
Watson, you've too many scruples to be a first-class detective. Oh, come down the stairs. They creak like a rusty hinge.
Now, what are you doing?
Removing my shoes. You better follow my example. That way you have a much better chance of being undetected.
Very well, but I feel like a criminal myself. No, I can't get this shoelace undone.
Well, for goodness sake, break it. We can't sit here all night.
All right. Oh, there you are.
Come along now. Quiet. You sound like the charge of the light brigade.
I'm not making any more noise than you are.
Easy now. Cupboard door. Yes, go.
What? What you said was a large
Oak of paint, please, squeeze in. Close the door. Open the crack. That's enough to see through.
I Not the best thing put together like this.
Well, you're not supposed to. I'll do this little brand bit of it myself. Ah, here comes Mrs. Waddle now. Stop that noise, Watson. You're something like a grab her. Yes, here she is. Slips on chair. Going away. At the door now. Slowly. And a big fight thunder. Well, I'm dashed.
What is it, Holmes? What's happened?
Something I did not foresee. Follow me downstairs quickly, Watson.
My own excitement. Who was it? Who opened the door?
Remember I deduced the substitution of lodgers, Watson? Yes. What I did not foresee was that we should find a woman, and no ordinary woman, Watson.
No, of course not.
Dark, young, handsome, with a face etched with terror.
Terror? Do you think she saw us?
I think she suspected our presence.
Well, what do we do now?
We'll put on our shoes. They're going to spend the next few minutes on the front doorstep.
Why?
You remember the message said that G would communicate with the lady at dusk today? Please keep an eye on the window opposite.
Yes, but that's
It's almost dark now. Come along.
Holmes, we've been here for half an hour. My fingers are practically numb. Perhaps your friend has seen us and been scared off.
No, it's always too dark. It's more likely that something has happened to prevent his coming. Hold on. There's a light over there now.
Yes, I can see a shadow. Look, there he is. Pale face. Pressed against the pane.
He's got a candle. Peering across. Once they're sure she's there. Have you seen his flash? A single flash? It's A. Take the message, Willie Watson. So we can check up on each other.
Oh, I will. T. That is S-T-H-at.
Wait a minute. There's down. Another T.
That must be the beginning of the second word.
Now E. Then comes an N. Long one this time.
It's another T.
An A. It's not. Oh, surely that's not all.
At 10 Tower. At 10 tonight. That's my record. I had it. T-A is initial.
Let's go again.
Why do you got a race like that? I can't keep up with it.
The same message over again. Curious, Watson. Attenta.
Must be in cipher, Holmes.
Not a very obscure cipher, Watson. It's Italian. Attenta means beware. It must be urgent.
Very good, scared.
Still the same message. Attenta. Hello. He's broken off. The light's gone out.
Someone's broken a window.
What's that? Quick, Watson. We must get in there. Something violent is happening.
The door's unlocked, Holmes.
Come on, Ben. Keep your revolver handy. Dark, I can't see a face. Here, up the stairs. Hello. There's a candle, but he dropped it. Too warm. Light a match, Watson. That's better. Let's look around a bit.
Oh, so quiet. It's uncanny. Where could he have gone?
There's the broken window. And here, look here, Watson. Blood. A trail of blood. Some heavy object has been dragged along the floor. Use this cupboard door. Open it, Watson.
Is it out? Oh, very well. Holmes, look. On the floor, a man.
On his back and covered with blood.
Look, there's a knife. A knife sticking straight up.
Driven blade deep into the body. A terrific blow. Give me that candle. Let's have a look at it. Yes.
There. Look at the red circle drawn on the floor under his head. A halo in blood. Holmes, what are you doing with that candle?
Finishing the message. I think it will be helpful. Let's get to the root of this mystery. I must find out how he got there.
You mean this man? Then you recognize him?
Naturally, Watson. It's Black Georgiano, the head of the most terrible band of criminals in America.
Like Georgiano. Gee, Georgiano. Then it must be he who sent the message. What's he doing over here in England?
That's the question we must ask a lady from across the street. We should be here in a moment. I signaled her to come. Here she is.
Carissimo, I have a come. Ah, you. What is it? What have you done with him?
You must prepare yourself for a nasty shock, madam.
My husband, what has happened? What are you hiding from me? Who is that on the floor?
I beg of you not...
Oh, let me see. Georgiano. Georgiano.
Don't be so upset, madam.
But it is wonderful, marvelous.
What?
You are the police. You have killed him. Oh, I'm so happy. You have killed him.
He was dead when we found him.
How so? Then it was my general who killed him. My wonderful general. He has done it perfectly. He is splendid. He is magnificent. But where is he? Just now he sent a message for me to
It
come.
was I who sent the final message. Your husband disappeared out of the back window, if I read the signs correctly.
But I ran away. For my husband, he did it to protect himself. To save me. No one could blame him. You could not arrest him for that. No. Now that your general is dead, we fear nothing. We are free.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us about it. I may be able to arrange matters with Scotland Yard.
Well, Geno is my husband. Gennaro Luca. I am Amelia Luca. My husband and I, we live in New York. We are happy until my Geno's brother, he meets this Giorgiano. He was a devil. A monster. There is no judge in the world who would punish my husband because he killed me.
Yes, I understand he had rather an unsavory character.
He was a fiend. He makes the young Italian men join in his society. Gennaro's brother was one of his men. He cannot break away. He must do the most terrible thing. And then one night he say no. He was shot. Shot in the back.
In the back? Quite a sportsman, huh?
Oh, quite, Watson.
After that, this Giorgiano, he say my husband must join his gang. He began to make love to me. He is terrible. I'm so afraid.
So you ran away?
Yes. One night we go on a boat for England. But we know Giorgiano will follow us when he finds out. My Geno, he hide me where I will be safe. He knows Giorgiano will come, and he waits for him outside. Tonight he arrives at last. But my Geno is ready. He is prepared to kill him. Oh, he is a hero, my Gennaro.
Holmes, I don't know what the British point of view will be, but I imagine that in New York, this lady's husband will receive a pretty general vote of thanks.
Oh, I think we can arrange the British point of view, Watson. Scotland Yard has been on the lookout for this Giorgiano since they heard he had landed. Mr. Luca has just taken a little bit of work, that's all. And now, Mrs. Luca, if you'll come with me, I believe we can arrange matters satisfactorily.
Gracias, Senor, gracias. I'm so happy.
Well, it's been an interesting case, Holmes, but I still can't for the life of me see what you expect to get out of it.
Education, Watson, a little more education. Always seeking knowledge at the old university.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Ladies and gentlemen, when colds are prevalent, act wisely. Don't neglect the cold. Rest and avoid exposure. Remember, if neglected, even a so-called light cold may lead to more serious illness. But if a cold attacks with its headache, pain, nasal distress, and fever, take bromoquinine cold tablets. They go right to work to help relieve the usual miseries of a cold. They're specialized medication, and they work internally. They bring prompt relief, grateful relief, and they are time-proven. They're known and sold everywhere to help relieve the common discomforts of cold. Yes, you can take them with confidence. So when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get busy and take bromoquinine cold tablets. Use only as directed, and be sure to get the real thing. Look for the letters LBQ on the tablet, and always ask for them by name. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you an adventure that took me on a wild goose chase halfway across the continent of Europe. A case which Holmes solved by opening a coffer.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Red Circle, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Miser, musical interludes composed and conducted by Lou Tosloff. This program is presented from Hollywood each week at this time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, prompt relief for cold distress. This is not Manning speaking. Christmas seals are the stamps that help fight tuberculosis. Your contribution to the health and strength of our nation. Buy your Christmas seals today. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations from coast to coast now present a summary and background picture of the Japanese declaration of war against the United States. Robert St. John of the NBC Foreign Staff will first bring you an up-to-the-minute summary of the latest news developments, and John W. Vandercook a picture of the Philippines and Hawaii, where today's attack occurred. NBC will install its microphones in the House of Representatives tomorrow at 12 noon to bring you President Roosevelt's address to the joint session of the Congress. The President is expected to speak at 12:30. To tell you what is happening in our capital tonight, first here is Borkridge speaking from the newsroom at the White House in Washington.
Talking from the newsroom of the White House executive offices. I've just come back from the front porch of the White House itself. Been talking to cabinet members and the members of Congress. They came out after this meeting. You know, the cabinet members went in first, the members of Congress next, while the president presented the information which he had assembled, and he outlined the message which he will deliver to Congress tomorrow at 12:30. That is the announcement that Senator Connolly, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, made when he came out. He was the first one. He came out as we crowded about him there on the porch. Across the road, the sidewalk in front of the White House had been blocked off, but on the other side, crowds had been standing for an hour. There, down at the munitions building, the streets are blocked off there. The infantrymen are parading with bayonets fixed, and here the police are keeping the people back. They're interested, they're quiet, they're a very, very solemn crowd. I had the same feeling here about the feeling in the atmosphere. It's really a feeling of relief. It was the same thing that came in Berlin to those nerve-shattered people when war was declared there. When the war of nerves is over, and that's what the Mikado and his ally Hitler have been conducting for the past month, when that is over, the people who are not actually participating in the physical struggle have a certain sense of relief. And that has come out, I think, in some of the things that the men said very informally when they came out of the White House. For instance, there was Senator Austin of Vermont. He said that when he went in. He said, now I guess there'll be a vacation in politics. Eaton of New Jersey said, well, we'll go to war in the constitutional way, and this ought to unite the country, if anything will. And one of them added, I've forgotten which, this ought to start the workshop moving. Of course, we spoke to the other leaders when it was over. Senator McNary, leader on the Republican side, said the Republicans will go along with what is done. Sam Rayburn, Speaker of the House, was asked, would there be a declaration of war? That is, would there be a demand in the President's message for that? We asked everyone that. Well, Rayburn said he didn't answer exactly. Somewhat evasively, he said, I think there is one thing in which there is complete unity. We asked Joe Martin, the Republican House leader. Well, he said, this is a serious moment. There is no politics here. There will be none. Well, Saul Bloom came out then, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the House, Foreign Affairs Committee, and we crowded him right into his car asking, does this mean there will be a question of whether the President will ask for an actual declaration of war? And all Bloom would say, don't ask me that. Wait until after the President has spoken tomorrow. That's the feeling. It's a feeling of relief. It's a feeling that the country is more nearly united. That's all, and thanks very much.
That was Borkridge in Washington. Here in the NBC newsroom, a bulletin we've just received from Singapore, dated Monday. An air raid on Singapore shortly before dawn caused flight damage and a few civilian casualties. And now here is Robert St. John.
Japanese bombing planes roared out of the sunrise over the Pacific early this morning and began without warning war on the United States. Those planes spread death and destruction over the U.S. territory of Hawaii. Japan acted exactly as her Axis partners had acted so many times before. She attacked without a formal declaration of war. She attacked at dawn on Sunday morning. Now, it's almost evening across the Pacific. In the 10 hours since that first bombing, much has happened. During those 10 hours, Japan has formally declared war on both the United States and Great Britain. Canada has declared war on Japan. The Netherlands East Indies have declared war on Japan. This news reached us in a dramatic telephone conversation between the NBC correspondent off there in Batavia and the NBC newsroom. The declaration called upon the people of the Dutch island to wage an all-out war against the entire Japanese empire. About the same time, Costa Rica declared war on Japan. A Japanese fishing boat anchored off that Central American republic was seized. Japanese natives were promptly arrested. And just a few minutes ago, Nicaragua declared war on Japan. And now comes a bulletin from Mexico City. The Mexican Congress will meet in an emergency session tomorrow to consider a declaration of war against Japan. 10 minutes ago, word flashed across the wires
that President Roosevelt will address a joint session of Congress at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, without a doubt, to consider a declaration of war against Japan. The President met for hours late tonight with his cabinet, a secret emergency session. The War Department estimated 104 dead, more than 300 wounded, among the Army men alone, on the island of Oahu, one of the Hawaiian group. This does not include any civilian casualties, which may run into hundreds. Early afternoon reports from the White House that the Japanese also bombed the Philippine Islands have not yet been confirmed from Manila itself. Neither is there any confirmation of a British report that Wake Island, owned by the United States, has been occupied by the Japanese. Nor is there any confirmation of a rumor that Japanese troops have landed in Thailand. At the Chinese port of Shanghai, the Japanese Army and Navy just before dawn surrounded the international settlement. Notice was served on the commander of the U.S. gunboat Waite that war was on. About that same time, a British gunboat anchored nearby suddenly blew up. No harm has thus far befallen any of the Americans or British in the international settlement at Shanghai, as far as we know. All of them have been ordered to remain in their homes. From Maine to California, from Iceland to the Philippines, the United States Army and Navy at this moment are on their toes, ready for action. This very instant, U.S. warplanes and warships may actually be in action. The Panama Canal Zone is on a full wartime footing. All Japanese are being arrested. Aircraft patrol the skies. The cabinet is in an emergency session. The whole canal zone is blacked out. The streets dark, deserted. Here in the United States, the entire nation has become suddenly solidified. Northeast, southwest, all sections have sprung into action. All military and naval personnel were ordered to the colors. Army, Navy, and Air Base recalled men on weekend leave. All furloughs were canceled. A steady stream of soldiers and sailors poured through the streets of large cities, heading back to their posts. From Maine to California, armed guards patrolled industrial plants. Details of watchmen were increased. State police and local officers aided in the precautions against sabotage. The chairman of the House Military Committee said it would take only an hour or two tomorrow to approve legislation so the National Guard and draftees in the Army can be used outside the Western Hemisphere. And now, here is John Vandercook with further comments.
The reckless Japanese aerial attack on Hawaii this morning is still, from the tactical point of view, very hard to understand. Obviously, the high-flying Nipponese attack bombers took off from one or more of Japan's several existing great floating anti-aircraft carriers. Therefore, the bombing, though it has been severe, must be strictly limited in its possible immediate scope. That being the case, what in this incredible move have the Japanese attackers then hoped to accomplish? The dispatches tell us that Pearl Harbor, Hickam Airfield, and the city of Honolulu itself, with its 100,000 population, have all today been under scattered bomb attacks. That is a great deal of territory. Pearl Harbor is not a place like the Rock of Gibraltar. It is a location, and a darn big one. Originally, Pearl Harbor, before the Navy got to work on it, was a kind of great salt sea marsh, threaded and interlaced by innumerable winding inlets and arms of the sea. The United States, as very few people remember, has had the possession and use of Pearl Harbor and the lands around it for far longer than Hawaii has been an American territory. In that period of almost 50 years, the channels of the big Pearl Harbor salt marsh have everywhere been dredged and deepened. Immense dockyards and repair slips for even the biggest vessels have been installed. Not in a solid lump, but literally miles from each other. All the gray-painted paraphernalia of what has been called and is the most powerful maritime fortress in the world is widely scattered between the green, twisting shorelines and islands in Pearl Harbor and the network of crisscross water highways. Hawaii's Pearl Harbor is thus a system, a locality, and incidentally it is a good 12 miles west along the seashore beyond the city of Honolulu. One need have no fear that such a giant establishment as Pearl Harbor could possibly be put out of business swiftly by even the most powerful aerial attack. Hickam Field, which lies between Pearl Harbor and Honolulu, has been another Japanese target. Hickam Field, where the U.S. Army Air Force in Hawaii is based, too, cannot easily be put out of service. It is dead level, and it is huge. I have stood not at one edge of Hickam Airfield, but in the exact center of it, and even in the blinding clarity of the Hawaiian sunlight, I've been unable to see either side of it. Hickam Field is singularly well built. A stone foundation, carefully graded level and topped by ashes, has been surfaced with a solid platform of concrete and asphalt, for not acres, but for square miles. The plane hangars and barracks, fortunately, are not piled all together in one place, but are scattered. There seems to be only one possible interpretation of the fact of the Japanese attack. Perfidious, sublimely confident, yet sublimely afraid Japan has, under Axis guidance, sought to create a terrible distraction, to trip America and Hawaii's defenses in a vast confusion. But Hawaii, for years, since long before the war, has been ready. The major part of the whole United States fleet now floats on what must be mockingly called the Pacific Ocean. For even longer years, and this fact, too, is not generally known here on the mainland, the biggest single concentration of United States regular Army troops has been barracked and is trained for action on that same island of Oahu. It is early, but one safe prediction can be risked. In whatever action comes, Hawaii will give a noble accounting of itself. One thing, though, must be stressed and well remembered through all the months to come. Wherever military action may take place, whatever countries may declare or not declare their belligerent intentions on each other, there is today in this world but one war, a single war, with the United States and Britain and their friends on one side, against Japan, Italy, and Germany on the other. Such a war cannot be waged peacefully, for it is all one piece. Clearly, the Japanese aggression against Hawaii must bear the blessing of Adolf Hitler, for the Axis works together. Hitler apparently has made Tokyo believe that Russia is or will be beaten. That done, the Nazi Germans somehow, someday, must end this world war their way, first invade and take England. That is the great plan. For that battle won, the east flank of the United States will then, the Axis knows, at once be very dangerously bared. In that broad scheme, the Japanese attack on us must apparently therefore be regarded not as a new front, but as an attack on our rear. One of its main purposes undoubtedly is psychological. We have been slow here in becoming fully aware of what, in terms of its effect on us, has been going on in Europe. Hitler, I think one can say positively, hopes that the American people will now forget Europe even more. Nazi U-boats have failed to stop the movement of American war supplies on the Atlantic. So the Axis now hopes that Japan's attack on us may have just that effect. Distracted in the Pacific, the Axis war planners dream that we may now focus all our attention there. That stabbed in the back by Tokyo, we may face round completely. With Europe dropped in our minds to second place, the Axis wishes that the American Navy, American transport, and cargo ships, with their war cargoes, may all be drawn into the Pacific. That is the only way in which Hitler can win the Battle of the Atlantic, or consolidate his conquest of the continent of Europe. If, in crushing Japan, the United States will weaken herself and drain off much of our strength and of our materiel to the west, then Hitler will have won a tremendous trick. Happily, that strategy is an open secret. And now, here is Robert St. John again with a short bulletin, which he has just brought in.
Here's a bulletin from Singapore. It's been officially announced that the Japanese landed in North Malaya. The invaders are being engaged. There are also reports that a Japanese aircraft carrier has been sunk. But these are roundabout, unconfirmed reports that come to us from London and Panama. Now about that Singapore bombing, it's reported now that only 2 bombs fell in the center of the city, although others were heard to explode elsewhere in the island. Now back to John Vandercook.
One point occurs to me, Mr. St. John. Japan now is at war, technically, with more than 1/2 the total population of this globe. Against 450 million inhabitants of China, against 500 million inhabitants of the British Empire, against 137 million inhabitants of the United States of America, against 60 million people in the Dutch East Indies. Now, those are impressive figures for a nation of 70 million islanders in the West Pacific Ocean.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've heard a summary of today's events and comments on the future from John W. Vandercook, Robert St. John, and NBC's observer in the nation's capital, Boston. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Japan declared war on the United States without warning. Warplanes bombed Manila and Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The National Broadcasting Company, since early this afternoon, when it flashed the word of this war attack, has been broadcasting numerous bulletins and eyewitness accounts. NBC's own foreign news staff in the Far East, in Europe, and in South America have been radioing or broadcasting the latest news reports as they occur. The NBC newsroom, with its services, the AP, UP, and INS, is constantly interrupting all programs and will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest news of the war. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The National Broadcasting Company will broadcast this important message. And now NBC's famous commentators have been gathered at San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, and here in the newsroom in New York to discuss by two-way radio the latest news. In New York, we have H.B. Kaltenborn, William Hillman, and Max Jordan. In Washington, Ernest K. Lindley of Newsweek, Morden Beatty of the Associated Press, and Wilfred Fleischer of the Herald Tribune, formerly of the American published Tokyo Advertiser, and perhaps Borkage in Washington. In Chicago is Edward Tomlinson, NBC's South American expert. In San Francisco, Upton Close, Far Eastern Affairs commentator. We'll have a moment or two from each of these gentlemen, and then we'll have our roundtable discussion. First, Mr. Kaltenborn, will you start it off?
The thing that impresses me most is the comprehensive character of the Japanese attack. Certainly, it was not to be expected that Japan's plans would be as far-reaching as they have been demonstrated to be. We may not even have all the reports in, but listen to the number of different points against which Japan has already launched attacks. She traveled a distance of 2,000 miles to reach the Hawaiian Islands. She bombed the Pan American Air Base at Guam. She has attacked, according to the word that has just come from the White House, Davao and the island of Mindanao in the Philippines. She has attacked Baguio, the military camp in the northern part of the island of Luzon. Japan has conducted an air raid on Singapore. She has landed 10 ships at Dutch Borneo and has landed a force there and is attacking by land, by sea, and by air. Those ships that were reported by the President as coming into the Gulf of Siam have landed troops in North Malaya, and presumably they will endeavor to strike towards Singapore. All these things, in addition to an air raid on Hong Kong made from a Japanese base within China, carried out within the first 24 hours of Japan's attack.
Thank you, Mr. Kaltenborn. Excuse me, we'll come back in just a moment. You want to go along now to have a word from Borkage in Washington.
Please, Sergeant. Washington, I've just returned from the White House, where, as you know, the cabinet and congressional leaders have been meeting with the president. You've been informed in general of what happened there, but I have the official statement as the White House has given it out, part of which I'll read to you. Besides the fact that the president gave the information that he had up to this time to them and verified, such that he has verified and what was merely classified as rumor. The statement says this. The president told them, that is the congressman and the cabinet, of doubtless very heavy losses sustained by the Navy and also large losses of the Army in the island of Oahu. He also gave the news concerning the bombardment at Manila, which has just been referred to by Mr. Kaltenborn. This is an important point in the statement. As you know, the legislative leaders approved of the request for the president for the joint session and the address at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. Now, this is what the statement says, and I'm quoting directly. It should be emphasized that the message to Congress has not yet been written, and its tenor will, of course, depend on further information received between 11 o'clock tonight and noon tomorrow. Further news is coming in all the time, and of course we're reporting it all the time.
Thank you, Borkage. We'll call in now Edward Tomlinson in Chicago.
My field, of course, has to do with Latin America. And I think the very fact that two of the first countries to declare war on Japan are Latin American countries suggests how they look upon this conflict. Of course, first of all, the real danger, the first-rate danger in this hemisphere is sabotage of the Panama Canal. This would be both important to Japan and to Germany. Naturally, supplies going from the eastern coast of the United States will play a tremendous part in the Pacific conflict. Then also, if Hitler could possibly bottle us up in the Pacific, that would give him an easy hand over in the Atlantic. Then there are two other dangers I think that should be kept in mind. That is sabotage in western South America. Sabotage of mines that produce some of the most important strategic products for this country. Copper in Chile and Peru, tin in Bolivia, tungsten in Bolivia. And keep in mind that there are thousands of Japanese in every one of these countries up and down this tremendous Pacific coast of Latin America. I think it's well to bear in mind that 8,000 miles of Latin America border on the Pacific Ocean.
from Mexicali, Mexico, to the Straits of Magellan is 8,000 miles, air miles. And then, too, on the Atlantic, it's to be remembered that it is 7,500 miles from Miami, Florida, to Buenos Aires. It's also well to keep in mind that this is tremendously important to Hitler. His plan from the very first, naturally, has been to engage us in the Pacific so that he could have a free hand in the Atlantic.
Hello, Ed Tomlinson. If you can hear us, excuse me for interrupting. We'll get back a little later. We want to have just about a minute from each of the gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to call on Max Jordan here in the NBC newsroom in New York.
Those of us who witnessed the Nazi aggression in various countries in Europe are not surprised by what has happened this afternoon. It's Hitlerism, true to form. But Tokyo has acted more clumsily than Berlin, I think. They cannot really have been at ease when they struck this morning. Obviously, they were acting under pressure. Let's not forget that Captain Fritz Wiedemann, Hitler's confidant, has arrived in Shanghai only a few days ago with latest instructions from Berlin. From Hitler's point of view, Japan's entry into this war could no longer be delayed. Unrest all over Europe is growing. The Russian campaign is a failure. Oil supplies are dwindling fast. Relief is urgent. And relief can only come, from Hitler's point of view, if America's industrial aid to Britain is curtailed. For in the end, it is industrial, economic power, and resources which will win this war. By forcing Japan to attack the United States, Hitler has hoped to distract attention from the Atlantic. It means diversion, a splitting of the Democratic Front, as the Nazis see it. But they are mistaken. The Red Army, no doubt, would strike against Japan from the rear. Japan cannot win.
And now down to Washington for a word from AP's Morgan Beatty.
The attacks on Hawaii and other Pacific outposts are a mere curtain raiser for the Battle of the Pacific. That's the war the strategists have been planning for 50 years or more. In all probability, the first attacking Japanese forces are suicide squadrons in the strategist's way of looking at things. The large section of the Japanese fleet was held elsewhere. It would never have been able to escape detection by our major fleet units if it had been sent out. The Hawaiian attack came from dive bombers. That is significant. Dive bombers have short range. The Japanese craft are probably similar to or copies of the German Junker type. That means they have a range of no more than 500 to 600 miles and carry about 2 tons of bombs. The most important strategic factor in the Japanese strategy is the complete cooperation with Adolf Hitler. For years, ever since the Japanese seized Manchukuo, the Germans have been getting closer and closer to their power in the Pacific. It was a natural thing for these have-not nations to get together. German technicians have been putting up synthetic oil plants all over Japan. They have shown the Japanese how to make and use ersatz material. But what we didn't know until now is the extent of their military cooperation. The bold stroke against Hawaii has more than a tinge of German strategy about it. And the sinking of American transports looks like joint submarine actions between these powers.
How about just a word, Mr. Fleischer, from Mr. Beatty, from Mr. Fleischer, seated alongside you.
Eddie, the Japanese chose national suicide when they launched into a war against the United States. Japanese leaders and the Japanese people know they have no chance to win such a conflict with their meager resources pitted against the great resources of this nation. They chose this course because they refused to surrender their doctrine of conquest. They had the choice of knuckling under by a slow process under economic pressure or of fighting. They recklessly chose war in what is probably the most defiant undertaking in modern history because they do not possess the strength which Hitler had when he unloosed the present European war. The Japanese cannot count on Germany's active assistance in this war by virtue of the Axis Pact. For that pact only compelled Germany to come to Japan's help in the event of Japan being attacked by the United States. In view of the flagrant Japanese aggression against America, there can be no question of Germany having to come to Japan's assistance. Whatever part the Germans may play will not be because of any commitment. It seems likely that President Roosevelt's peace appeal to the Japanese emperor never reached the emperor. and certainly was not known to the Japanese people. That was the case when President Roosevelt sent a message to Emperor Hirohito at the time of the bombing of the Panay, a message which was never published by the Japanese press.
Right, Mr. Fleischer, and now just a minute, if you please, from Bill Hillman here in New York.
Well, gentlemen, my feeling is that Japan's attack represents a major change in Hitler's general plan of war. It means that Japan is being used as a spearhead, as a sort of an advance attack on the American arsenal. After all, America has become the main stumbling block, not only to Japan's desire to dominate the Far East, but Hitler's aim to conquer Russia, Britain, and the world. As Hitler finds it more and more difficult to knock out Russia and to defeat Britain, it's essential that supplies to these two countries stop. Both are being sustained by America morally and by supplies. Therefore, says Hitler, let's cut that supply line. He cuts this line by egging Japan onto war. It is my feeling, based on some knowledge, that Japan hesitated for a long time until Germany would give some concrete evidence that she was going to back Japan. How has she done this? There are two very important factors which I'll state briefly. The German air attacks in Russia have not been on a scale as large as in previous campaigns. Has Germany sent any airplanes to Japan? Furthermore, submarine sinkings in the Atlantic have been small recently. Has Germany sent submarines and war vessels to Japan? It appears that she has, in an effort to bolster up Japan's attack on American supply lines to Britain and to Russia.
Right, Bill Hillman. Now, just a minute, if you please, from Ernest Lindley in Washington.
Three points seem to me to be worth underlining. The first is that war could come in no other way which would have so surely guaranteed the maximum of national unity. The Chicago Tribune, Senator Wheeler, and other spokesmen of isolationism are saying now that everything must be subordinated to victory in this war. Politics has vanished in Washington tonight. The second point is that even though war has come, invaluable time has been won by the prolongation of the negotiations until now. We and our associates in the Pacific are in incomparably better position to meet the attack than we were 2 or 3 or 4 months ago. Those of us who have followed the negotiations by keeping in touch with our own high officials know that the President and Secretary Hull never went on the assumption that the Japanese were bluffing. They always hoped that they would back down, reconsider, but they were prepared to meet it if necessary. The third point is the question about the President's address to Congress tomorrow. It will ask Congress to recognize a state of war, but will it be merely a state of war with Japan or with the entire Axis? Donald Nelson, the Executive Director of Staff, went on the air tonight and said with the White House approval, so announced, and pointed out that although the attack physically came from Japan, it was an attack from the Axis. Senator Pepper and other people who represent the administration very clearly indicate that the President would like to do it all up at once and get a single declaration of war.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindley. Now we're back in the newsroom. We have 15 minutes, and we'll ask you 8 gentlemen to discuss the questions among yourselves and all of us. First, here is Mr. Kaufman.
Well, I have this question in my mind. We all of us seem to agree that Japan is going to be defeated. She's committed national suicide, that she's tackled the problem she can't solve. But we haven't had any explanation as to what our strategy is going to be to accomplish that purpose. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Beatty, who's been in touch with the leaders of our Army and Navy, as to what he can tell us about what our strategy is likely to be to meet this very broad-scale attack, which Japan has delivered at 6 different points here on the opening day of the war. Mr. Beatty.
Have extended their supply line beyond the point to which that fleet they've got has been organized. For instance, they have a hemisphere over there extending from Sakhalin Island inward to Lake Baikal in Russia and down to Canton, China. And that fleet has been organized to defend that hemisphere. They've gone almost 1,000 miles beyond that now into Indochina. So the natural strategy in answer to that situation is to cut that supply line so they cannot do as much damage in Burma as they would like. And along that line, you will see, just now we had a bulletin from Singapore saying that the Japanese troops have succeeded in landing in northern Malaya. Well, you see, their effort there is to get at that oil in Burma. Does that take care of it?
Yes.
I also have in mind that 500-mile strip in the Yellow Sea between Hong Kong and Tahiti, where it would seem to me we have an excellent chance of cutting Japan's supply lines, linking up with all these forces that have now deployed in the South Pacific. To me, that's the most surprising thing, that Japan has dared to put so much of her strength into the South Pacific so far from her bases. I want to ask Bill Hillman whether he can talk a little both on this strategic question and perhaps say a few words about the competitive strength of Japan and the United States.
Well, Mr. Kaltenborn, I'd rather stick to the strategic plan for the moment. I think the essential thing is to defeat the Japanese Navy. Most of the discussion so far, most of the indications were that we would cut supply lines with the Japanese. I think the Japanese are aware of that. I think the main problem is to get the Japanese fleet out to fight. Now, it's very significant that the attacks on Hawaii and the Philippines apparently have been made by small suicidal units. Is the Japanese fleet to come out? Some way must be devised to get them out, to lure them out, because if Japan is going to play the role of Italy, that is, their fleet, the Italian fleet has stayed in Mediterranean waters very close to their own shores and not dared to challenge the British, and when they did come out, they were always smacked very hard. Our purpose is somehow to lure the Japanese fleet out. Otherwise, no matter how many supply lines we cut, it's going to be a long war until we smash that Japanese fleet.
Gentlemen, may I ask you to keep your responses as short as you can, and I'm advised that Upton Close has just joined our round table. So out there in San Francisco, Mr. Close, would you care to add your late reactions to the situation? Go ahead, please. Hello, Upton Close in San Francisco. Go ahead, please. Well, see if Mr. Close isn't with us for the moment, so Mr. Kaltenborn, will you carry on?
Yes, I should like to get from someone in Washington, either Lindley or Balkage, what they feel about the competitive strength of the United States and Japan in this new war in the Pacific.
This is Lindley. Of course, our Navy is a third to or more stronger than Japan's, but a good part of our Navy is now in the Atlantic, especially a lot of the destroyers and cruisers that are very useful for convoy purposes and might be needed now to keep open our long supply lines to the far Pacific. Likewise, in the air, undoubtedly we have superiority in number in our new types and quality, but a great many of our planes are elsewhere or have gone across to the British and to the Russians. I might point out that South Pacific area, as Mr. Kaltenborn indicated, is particularly suited for the use of air power. As long as you can keep bases in the Philippines and Singapore and the Dutch East Indies, you can crisscross that area with air power, and that combined with submarines ought to be able to do considerable damage to Japanese supply lines.
Thanks, Mr. Lindley. I'm going to ask Mac Jordan, who's sitting at my side, whether he can give us a word about what the likely reaction in Europe is going to be to this new development.
I think, Mr. Kaltenborn, that the sequence of events that you and I and Bill Hillman and all of us have witnessed from the very beginning in Europe is now very logical. It started with the anti-Comintern Pact 5 years ago. Once more, I should like to stress the fact that Japanese aggression is the ultimate consequence of this evolution, which has now led to a point where strong Nazi pressure seems to be determining the issue. Hitler is hard-pressed on all fronts. He needs relief. Otherwise, he would not have taken the chance of letting his Axis partner in the Far East lead the attack, thus losing the opportunity of denouncing the United States as the aggressor. This is another proof of his desperate straits. But all of this means that the Axis is now exhausting itself in a supreme tragedy of worldwide terroristic intimidation. The strategy will fail, and that's why I think that the people in Europe today will be elated by the news that has come from Japan.
This is Bill Hillman interrupting here, and I understand Upton Close is on at San Francisco, and I'd like to ask Upton Close, who's a very sharp authority on the Far East, just what he feels is the main strategic problem. I think everybody's asking, as Mr. Kaltenborn asked, what can America do to not only to take not only in a defensive way, but what can she do in the offensive to meet this Japanese attack?
Well,
Mr.
thank
Coates
you,
there.
Bill Hillman. The main defensive problem divides into two parts. The first part, of course, is to cut the Japanese lines of communications in the south of Hong Kong. And there it would seem that the British and we certainly have the Japanese on the hip, so to speak. We have them at our advantage. But after all, that's only taking care of the South Pacific. The big problem to end the war is what we do about Japan front on, and we can't tell what to do about that till we know where Russia stands, Bill. Russia is at the key point in this thing. Yesterday I met Litvinov as he landed here at Treasure Island, and I asked him point blank what would be Russia's position in case America and Japan got into war, and he completely evaded the issue. He gave me to wonder just what's up. Now, you know, I remember having been in Manchuria when the Japanese leaped upon China in 1931. And I found out afterwards that Mr. Stalin knew in advance of that Japanese action. The Japanese had told him what they were going to do and the night they were going to do it. But they had never told us, or the British, or the Chinese. And I looked in Mr. Litvinov's eye yesterday. I wondered whether he knew before he arrived here yesterday what would happen today. But anyhow, our strategy against Japan proper must depend upon whether or not our planes from our new air bases in the Aleutian Islands can plan to shuttle back and forth over Japan, reloading in Vladivostok on the other side, and attacking the Japanese naval bases first. Possibly, if that don't work, let's depend upon that, Bill.
Hello, up and close. I wonder whether Wilfred Fleischer, who was formerly of the Tokyo Advertiser in Tokyo, could have something to add to that. Fleischer?
Well,
He ought to.
I think we shouldn't overlook the effect that the bombing of Japanese cities would have on their population. I believe it would sow widespread panic among a people who have never tasted invasion or war at home. I think the Japanese cities are very vulnerable to air attacks. They have no adequate air shelters, if any at all, and there's been a shortage of water, which would make it very difficult to extinguish any fires.
Yeah.
This is Lindley.
Bill and Wilfred, we just have a dispatch in here. It came into the North Hollywood NBC listening station. It's about the first indication we have of how this thing's going over in Japan. And that interests us old-timers like Wilfred and myself. It runs this like Premier General Tojo tonight promised the Japanese people victory in the war with the United States and Great Britain. The broadcast heard by NBC's West Coast shortwave listening post. Tojo declared Japan is fighting for self-existence. He used heartening words to his people. In 2,600 years of history, Japan has never lost a war. I hereby promise you that final victory will be that of Japan. We have nothing to fear in this war. And he said the kingdom of the Mikado had made every effort to settle the Pacific problem peacefully and failed, and declared then the rise or fall of East Asia depends upon this fight. Japan cannot help from fighting when we know we are actually on the crossroads of our future. The speech is heard by the boys at the listening post. It did not include any detailed reasons for the war on the United States and Great Britain. Tojo seems to have confidence.
Up and close.
Yes,
we've been a pretty well-behaved group so far. But I want to venture to differ on one decisive point from several of my colleagues, and that is this. I do not believe that Hitler was primarily responsible for Japan taking the I think that it would help Hitler. I'm inclined to think that that point can be debated. After all, Japan's Nielsen value was practically as great as her military value. Now, what do you fellas think about that?
I have ideas on that. Yeah. I've been trying to get in on that, too. Of course, I listened to these boys say that the sudden attack without a declaration of war is a typical Hitler strategy. I'd like to point out that the Japanese invented that strategy, and Hitler learned it from them.
Quite right. That's absolutely right. That's Bill Hillman. That's absolutely very pointed.
Well, and I'd like to point out one more thing, Bill, before I'm cut off here for good, and that is that I believe that once Japan is in a full naval war with the United States, Hitler will write Japan off as a complete liability of no further use whatever to Hitler. I think you'll find that Hitler will now begin to try every possible means he has to woo the Chinese, whom he believes are good fighting stuff. If he could get them, they'd be some use to him. Japan's now tied up for good, She's no good. She's just a liability. She's in the red.
Here's a point, Mr. Carltonborn, that I'd like to make.
Would you identify yourself, sir, please?
This is Balkage talking in Washington. You know, Bismarck spoke about the imponderables of war, and I have a feeling there's something more in this philosophy than we've discovered. You notice in that statement of the president that it was stated that what went into that message might be changed by information received between 11 tonight and noon tomorrow. And I must want to say this. In wartime, secret documents are open. I talked yesterday with a Japanese official, as the understanding was, that it was off the record, but I believe now it's on the record. And that man, frankly, admitted to me that Japan could not win. So I think there may be a card up someone else's sleeve. Let's look for an imponderable somewhere. That's all.
Right, Balkage.
May I have a word,
I'd like again to call attention to this thing I've been talking about all day, and that is that the Japanese civil government, as represented by its ministers, its ambassador, and its consular officials abroad, was not any more aware that this was going to happen than was our own Navy or government.
Did you want it, Mr. Lindley?
A complete coup sprung by the military and a small section of the Navy on us and on their own government. Just exactly as the thing was pulled off on China in 1931.
Just time to say goodbye, so word from Mr. Lindley if he wants it in Washington.
I'm just going to say the feeling is here, I couldn't reduce it to statistics, but we've been moving at half speed on defense and everything else. And if we move that up to full speed, we might have enough of a margin to take care of Japan handily as well as the Atlantic Ocean.
Amen.
All right, I guess that's amen all around, gentlemen. Do you want to add a word, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Hillman? How about Mr. Beatty down there in Washington? We haven't heard much from you.
This is Beatty. I'm Matty. That is, the purpose of our fleet out there is to destroy the opposition ultimately, but there may be a little sparring before we get down to that point.
I'd agreed on that point, Sir Hillman.
And there are nods all around, and I think the clock says it's time to conclude our conversation. Sorry, Ed Tomlinson in Chicago, we didn't get a chance to visit you again. NBC's famous commentators have been gathered in front of microphones at San Francisco, Chicago, Washington, and in New York to discuss by two-way radio the latest news and its implications. May we remind you that we will remain open on a 24-hour basis to bring you the latest developments in the war, and again that President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress tomorrow about 12:30 p.m., half an hour after noon Eastern Standard Time, and National Broadcasting Company will bring you this important message. This is the National Broadcasting Company.